Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifica Games channel, and today we're going to continue a playthrough of Beneath a Steel Sky. So we began this game on Monday, I think it was, and well, the story so far, the main character, Mr. Robert Foster, when he was a child, he was in a helicopter with his mother which crashed in the wastelands called the Gap. From what we've been able to gather so far, it sounds like most of the human population is in big sci-fi cities, dystopian cities that are run as corporations with little respect for individual freedoms. And then it sounds like there are areas outside of that which aren't urban at all, where people live a more hunter-gatherer lifestyle. It sounds like within the cities they tell stories about how going out of the city will lead to you becoming contaminated and mutate and so on, but there's no evidence of that. Anywho, so helicopter crash when Mr. Robert Foster was very young. His mother died, unfortunately. He survived and he was adopted by a tribe that lived out there. They in fact gave him the name Foster. He doesn't actually know his surname, or at least his original surname. He treats Foster as his surname. And everything was going well until a few days ago when a bunch of soldiers turned up, led by a Mr. Stephen Reich, I think it was. Commander Stephen Reich, I think, who was looking for Mr. Robert Foster, managed to identify him using some sort of DNA scanner, And then he ordered the village that Mr. Robert Foster had spent most of his life in, his adopted, and all the people that lived in it, his adopted family, were to be exploded. So they all perished, and Mr. Robert Foster was kidnapped along with his robot Joey. In fact, technically, he he escaped with Joey. All he had was a floppy disk. No, it was a circuit board that had essentially Joey's brain in it. And then when he actually arrived in this city, he managed to find a robot body he could put the circuit board into. So that's how Joey got here. Just going through my notes to check whether there's for other important information I may have missed. I'm trying to think. Do we know the name of the city? We know Hobart City is a rival corporation, and corporations seem to be cities, and cities corporations in this world. If we were told the name of the city, I didn't write it down. Just a second, I want to look up the name of one character. Okay, that was it. Sorry, my handwriting wasn't very good. So I won't bother going through everything that happened since starting the game, because everything I've just talked about, that was in the opening cinematic, which you can watch. If you go to the previous stream I did, obviously it opens with the opening cinematic, which was all it was all in a comic book style. It was very good. Anywho, but suffice to say, Reich is dead. Oh, I understand fascism is a theme in this game, and calling that antagonist Mr. Reich, I think, is no coincidence, and I suspect we'll be running into more fascism as the game goes on. Could be wrong. But yeah. There's some sort of... There is a council that notionally is in charge of the city, and presumably the corporation that is the city. But they, a while ago, built a robot called Link to help them make decisions, and it's unclear whether Link is working... It's unclear where Link's loyalties really lie, because when Mr. Robert Foster was threatened by Reich, Link controlled a turret and made that turret kill Mr. Reich. Commander Reich. Unclear why Link would have turned on one of the soldiers of, the city it controls. There's also been this reference to Overman. I think that's probably, again, following the fascism theme, probably a reference to Übermensch. I suspect, but don't know, that Robert Foster was the result of probably either eugenics or genetic engineering, and he doesn't know, because again, crashed in a helicopter in the wastes when he was just a child, so he wouldn't know. That would also explain why the soldiers came for him. Like, if he was part of some experiment, that might, possibly an expensive experiment, that would explain why they came back for him. Anywho, I think we're about caught up with the main events. I've forgotten how we first heard about Overman, actually. I know that our characters interpreted that as the surname of a character, and he keeps asking people, have you heard of a Mr. Overman? But I think he was misunderstanding, and like I say, I suspect that's a reference to Übermensch. So yeah. The very last thing that happened, obviously we had to complete various tasks to get to where we are in the game, and it's been a right pain to try and get down to this level in the city. It turns out the higher status you are, the lower in the city you get to live. The slums are up above, weirdly. And because we don't have because the character doesn't come from this city and is essentially a fugitive, he's been accused of being a saboteur. And I think that's just a cover-up. I don't think anyone in power actually believes he is. But they basically blamed the helicopter crash on a saboteur and have put out descriptions to try and get Mr. Robert Foster captured alive. What was I going to say? So he's been trying to do his best to get out of the city, I think, although earlier on there was a reference to him trying to get revenge for all his friends being killed, and there's also been some suggestion that he might uncover the secret of his childhood and what's going on there. Unclear what our actual objective is right now, but we've certainly been trying to make our way down into the city, which is difficult. And the very last thing we gained access to at the end of last stream was Mr. Lamb, that runs a factory up in the upper portion of the city, the uppermost portion, has agreed to give us a tour of his factory because we did him a favour. It's entirely unclear how that is going to lead to us making progress.
It's the elevator which goes back up to the factory.
But it's the only lead we have, so I suggest we do it, and maybe we'll gain some items that will help us progress further. Let me check. I did have a to-do list. What do I have on that? Get power to elevator. We've done that. So let me cross some of these off while I'm at it, and then we'll go to the factory and take the core, the tour, I meant to say. Right, so get power to elevator. We did that. Find path past crash site. We probably don't need to do that now, although I can't be sure. Acquire special card. I think that was to let us use the elevator. We've done that, although it looks like we may need to get another special card with even higher privileges. Because again, where you can go in the city is determined by your status within the city's computer system, and they have identification cards, and we are only able to get down to the lower level because we have Commander Reich's card right now. To get further down into the city, we're presumably going to have to take someone else's card or somehow change Commander Reich's status on the system or something so it's higher. Unclear. What else do we have? Oh, to join the security department we'd need to get some tattoos, I think we were told, but that may have just been a joke. I've been writing down everything that might be, you know, an objective that we're supposed to do. That one I wasn't sure about, that might have just been a joke. Deactivate Robot Welder for a new shell for Joey. We did that, he's in the Robot Welder body right now. Disconnect fuse box in storeroom. We did that. Acquire rad suit. We haven't done that. I should add to that. Acquire anchor. It sounds weird, but I think we're trying to make a grappling hook out of an anchor, but it's not clear how we actually get the anchor yet. That would then let us into the security building, which might allow us to raise our own security level, possibly, or rather Reich's. Hey Keffel, it's lovely to see you. Nope, I'm not using a guide. When I started this on Monday, I did end up looking up a couple of hints. I ended up having to look up how to get the card, the ID card, because I literally did not realise that I could search Reich's body. So that was a bit embarrassing, and I ended up, I picked up the putty, but I didn't realise that it was plastic explosive. So I of course couldn't figure out how to get into the get to the switches in the power station. I'd done everything else in there. I just didn't know how to blow the bars off. But aside from that, it's all been my own work. And like I say, that wasn't a guide. That was like specific hints that I looked up online. That's fair. The party was obscure. Yeah. So that's where we are. You may not have been here for the entirety of my excessively long intro. Long story short, I believe I'm just about to take the tour of the factory by Lamb. And I was just saying, I'm not entirely sure, A, what our overall objective is, because originally there was a reference to revenge, but now Commander Reich's dead, so revenge, I assume, is off the table. Escape is obviously a possible goal, but also uncovering Mr. Robert Foster's childhood, the secrets behind his childhood. Again, I suspect he was probably some eugenics or genetic engineering baby, but that's just my own speculation. That's another possible goal, and I don't actually know what I'm supposed to be doing right now. It feels like I'm supposed to somehow get the anchor that's in the insurance. Or my guess is I'm supposed to get the anchor that's in the insurance company building, possibly combine it with the cable or something to make a grappling hook, and then break into the back of the security building, and then perhaps from there raise our own own status so that we can get down further into the city. But that is all speculation on my part. I may be well off. Anyway, let's get into it properly. I'm going to be honest, I've forgotten which building is which. So... Oh, that's a happy little coincidence.
Hey, Lamb.
When do I get the tour you promised me? I get that, yeah. Like 2 or 3 different plots that seem to be going on. It's not super clear what we were trying to figure out right this moment. No, I agree. Yeah, what I was trying to get at is it's both my long-term goals I'm unclear on and my short-term goals. I just got a general sense that I need to head down lower in the city. But how to actually do that, yeah, not clear to me. When do I get the tour you promised me?
When do I get the tour you promised me?
Well, there's no time like the present. We'll start right now. Now, take a look at this machine.
Is he going to be happy? Oh,
this
that's okay.
This machine measures the internal bore of the pipes.
Okay.
Accurate to 20 decimal places, whatever that means. Impressive, isn't it? All those numbers. I'm sure they mean something. Follow me. I'll show you the next section.
Should I be making notes on this? Machine.
This machine is supposed to drive the conveyor.
Measures.
But it's not bloody working.
Internal bore.
Heads will roll for this. Foreman Potts, why has this machine stopped?
Oh, that's his name.
Stopped? I've been so busy I didn't notice. Can't I trust you with anything? Look after my desk, Potts. I'll have to leave you to show yourself around.
Okay. But that doesn't help us get anywhere else, because if we try to go to the right, we get told off for not having a rad suit. From what I recall, anyway. Let me add... what was it? Foreman Potts. To the list. Because we'd spoken to him before, I just don't think we had a name. Works at factory. Well, what we could do is just speak to Foreman Potts and see if there are any new dialogue choices. Finding out who saved us and killed Reich seems a goal. Oh, have I misunderstood all this time? I thought that was Link that took control of the turret. And I was like thinking, why would Link turn on one of the soldiers of the city it controls? And I, like, genuinely, I was, like, putting this theory together in my head that if, again, because also the helicopter crashed as it was bringing Mr. Robert Foster in, and I was thinking Link would have had the ability to do that. I was wondering if perhaps, and the original crash that got him stranded in the way, so I was wondering if Mr. Robert Foster was, like I say, some sort of, like, the result of eugenics or some sort of genetic engineering, and Link didn't like what was going on, the computer system, and so had to find a way to undermine the system from within, and perhaps made sure that this Overman, again following my own speculation, this Overman got crashed in the wastes when he was young, so that he wouldn't grow up and be indoctrinated by the society of the city, and then made sure that he was brought back, and made sure there was another crash so he got away, and then took out Reich. But even if that is what happened, that was a heck of a gamble that he would survive 2 helicopter crashes. Well, Link doing all of it certainly still on the table of options. Pot's better be nicer to us now. We'll have to see.
Excuse me.
Mind if I look around?
Mind if I look around?
Since you're a friend of Lamb's, you can go where you like. But I'd stay clear of the reactor if I was you. Unless you're wearing some protection.
Where would I get
Excuse me.
a rad suit?
Never mind.
Can I grab the items that he took off me? Or are they just not needed? I do... Yeah, they're gone, aren't they? I do get the feeling that some of the items in the game are superfluous. What was it that...
I'll have to search you again.
Oh, you're still searching
You're
us?
wasting your time.
Okay.
Well, you don't appear to have stolen anything. Thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, what was it he took off of us? Was it some WD-40? I'm trying to remember what the other item was. I've forgotten what the other item was. There was 2 of them. I can say that you can't lose anything vital. No soft locks. Wonderful. Oh, we can go this way now. And we did know her name at one point, didn't we? Was it Anita? It is, and this should be testing. They said they were sending her to testing, didn't they?
I feel an overwhelming urge to open these lockers.
I've got a discrepancy of 0.13.
Oh no! Not a single rad suit to be had.
Nothing interesting in this locker.
I guess I could take a coat hanger.
Nothing interesting in this locker. Nothing interesting in this locker.
Alright, let's have a conversation with Anita. That went well last time. What are you doing now?
What are you doing now?
Checking for cracks with x-rays. You shouldn't be here without a protective suit.
You're not wearing one.
That's a
Lamb
good
told
point.
me I didn't qualify. As I'm a D-Link, and a woman.
Wait, so if you're too low status, then you don't get radiation protection? What's a D-Link?
What's a D-Link?
D-Link is the lowest social category. When your link status is 0, you forfeit all rights, and your freedom to move back the city. How come you didn't know that?
I'm an outsider from the Gap.
So it's you security are after. You won't get far without an ID card.
Ah, I managed to find one.
I bet it won't get you to ground level, though. You'll need a link status of 8 or more.
And... Wait, what? Why are you... What? I mean, I thought he was oversharing. But why is she implicitly helping us without even knowing what our intentions are? D-Link. Status 0. No rights. What's so special about these pipes?
What's so special about these pipes?
I'm not sure, but the dimensions of the bore must conform to precise specifications.
All that effort for a bit of plumbing?
It's suspicious, isn't it?
Perhaps they're part of a giant weapon.
Oh, come on, that's a bit far-fetched.
Maybe she's just assuming that we want to leave. Hence why she's trying to help us get to ground level. How come you were made a D-Link?
How come you were made a D-Link?
I was caught hacking into Link.
Why did you do that?
There are areas in Link space used by security. I was trying to discover what they're up to.
Yeah, I should make a note about that. Anita tried hacking into Link. Noted. I have to get to ground level.
I have to get to ground level.
Look, I really sympathise with you. I could give you my jammer.
What's the jammer?
What's a jammer?
Bypass software. Highly illegal. It gets you past the retina scan to security files.
Oh.
That's a start. Can you let me have the jammer?
Give me your ID card.
Okay. I mean, this could be a terrible idea, but we don't have any other leads.
Here's my card.
Thanks. This won't take long.
What are you doing?
Downloading the jammer to your card. There, it's done.
Don't worry. I'll fix everything.
Well, we can get into the security room now.
You're taking a huge risk.
No problem. I'll get us both back on Link's files.
That's jolly nice of him. What does he... She says you're taking a huge risk, but what choice does Mr. Foster have in this situation? He's trapped in a strange place with security combing everywhere for him. I don't see how doing nothing is an option here. At least trying to get into the security files might lead to him becoming free, to reaching safety. What do you mean by link space? Yeah, we're already getting shot on sight possibly. It can't get much worse. Yeah, it was a bit unclear on that point, wasn't it? Because I'm pretty sure the orders were to take the saboteur in alive. But there have been some people that have taken pot shots at us, which is, you know, unless their guns have some sort of stun setting, it raises questions. I guess it's easier to find us using legal software, so that's the danger? I don't know. I suppose it depends whether the software works. If the software works, I don't see why it would be easier to find us. One of the things that confuses me is they already found and have cleaned up Commander Reich's body. So why haven't they deactivated his card yet? Or, here's another idea. Instead of deactivating it, track where it's being used. Like, it boggles my mind that we're still getting around on Reich's card when they know they found his body and they know they didn't find the card on it. What do you mean by link space?
What do you mean by link space?
The word inside the computer's memory. The abstract projection of linked circuits and databanks.
Will the jammer get me into link space?
Will the jammer get me into link space?
No, the only access is through the special interface. There's just one little problem.
Yes.
You'll need to get a Schreiberman port.
How do I get a Schreiberman port? Sorry, Schreiberman port. I should make a note of that. Is that wetware? Is that going to allow me to plug a USB cable into my brain.
How do I get a Shriebman port?
Oh,
Well, you'll
the
have to undergo surgery.
the surgery
I
that we
need that
visited.
like I need a hole in the head.
The Schreiberman port is a hole in the head.
I was wondering, what we were going to, what the point of the hospital was. Does Link have any internal security?
Does Link have any internal security?
There'll be foils, naturally.
What are they?
Intrusion foil programs.
Are they dangerous?
Well, standard IFPs are simply deterrents. But some high-level foils can be lethal.
What does she call it? Intrusion something something? A foil is an intrusion? I've forgotten. Was it like intrusion foil software or something? Unfortunately, I missed that. What do you know about the council?
What do you know about the council?
It was one of the council who came up with the plan to bond his mind with Link. And ever since then, things have been getting weird.
I see.
See you later.
Well, that was jolly helpful. I wonder if we're going to end up inside some sort of virtual space like we did when we played. Oh, it was Techno Babylon, wasn't it?
Confirmed.
That was a good game.
Fluctuation normal.
Oh, incidentally, Keffel, since you're here, do you have any other adventure game recommendations? Whether that be retro like this or new? Just asking because I would like to do a fair few more adventure games in the coming year, if possible. So my current
An elevator to a lower...
My current thinking is we go to the surgery and we ask about getting a Schriebman port? Schriebman port? Something like that. We have one of... We asked them to put a hole in our head. And then we try and break into security, which we can probably do now. Because if you recall, last time we tried to get into the security building, it accepted the ID card, but then when we tried to do the retina scan, alarms went off, if I recall correctly, and then they inspected our card and said, oh, this seems to be an order, must be a glitch. And then we walked away. Speak to the
It's a
projection, I
holographic
guess.
projector.
I want a Schriebman port.
I want a Shriebman port.
Your name, please?
Robert Foster.
Just
There's
use...
little chance of seeing the doctor.
Why not?
I have instructions not to disturb him. Unless you wish to pay cash, of course.
Okay, how am I gonna get cash? Also, may I say, while I appreciate the position Mr. Foster's in right now, and he's probably doing the right thing, I would be thinking twice about having them install some sort of wetware port into my brain. Yes, indeed. And a very nice nose as well. Yeah, this certainly seems like a last resort. Alright, well that was worth doing anyway, to at least
Can't open...
investigate our options. Oh, hang on, that's the one that goes down. We want to go up. I'm a man of many recommendations. You've come to the right address. How much of the LucasArts library have you tried and liked? That's a good question, because that relies on me actually remembering which ones were the LucasArts games. Obviously, I did almost all of Monkey Island. I think there was one Monkey Island game I didn't do because it was reportedly rubbish. Was that like Monkey Island 6 or something? I think it was like the second most recent, not the most recent one. I did that one. But it was like the most recent one until they brought out the new one a year or two ago. I've done... Loom was good. The fourth is the 3D rubbish one. Oh, that might be it then. I remember I did one that was 3D and that was alright, but that might be the third one. Goodness. What other LucasArts ones have I done? I'm just looking up LucasArts adventure games quickly. Have I done Day of the Tentacle on stream? I don't think I have done Day of the Tentacle on stream, but I have played it before. I have completed it. Oh, Grim Fandango, of course. Grim Fandango was excellent. I think that's everything. I do want to do the Indiana Jones games at some point, because I hear they're good. I'm one of the Indiana Jones games I remember getting quite a long way through when I was younger. I remember chasing someone down that was wearing a fez. I don't know if that means anything to anyone. The Indiana Jones, The Dig, Day of the Tentacle, Grim Fandango. Like I say, I don't think I've done Day of the Tentacle on stream, but I have completed it before. Grim Fandango I've completed and done that on stream. The Dig I've never done. And yeah, the Indiana Jones ones I haven't... I did like half of one of them off stream, like years ago. Yeah, that was Fate of Atlantis, the best one. Okay. So I guess Fate of Atlantis and the Dig would be ones to try then. Let me write those down, add them to the list. Some of them might already be on the list. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis. Wasn't Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis the one that had like 3 possible paths you could take depending upon... I think it was like at the very start of the game you choose who your sidekick is or something, and then it changes the game. Yes, that's the one. A path with Sophie or alone or fighting a lot. I'm pretty sure I chose with Sophie when I played the game originally. But again, I never finished it. Okay, so Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis and The Dig. Those are... I've added them to the list, thank you. If you have any other recommendations, do let me know. At some point, I want to do... what was it called? It was a game that got remastered. It's a game that I, again, played half of years ago, but it got remastered in the last few years. I think it was like Broken Sword, Rise of the Templars or something. That looked good. That's not a LucasArts one though.
There's one born every minute, eh? That'll teach him not to use stolen ID.
Oh. That's our first death. Also strange that our body would disintegrate and yet we would see ourselves lying there. Also, I didn't save. Like, this whole game... How far back is this? I think this is just a moment ago. Literally, we haven't died once in this game. I assumed it wasn't possible. But apparently it is. Mr. Lamb wasn't there, so that must have been after the tour. I don't suppose the autosave would have been before we... before we... even got invited on the tour. Broken Sword Reforged is the current remaster. I think that's probably it. That looked like it could be good, but Broken Sword is the same company that made Beneath a Steel Sky, so yes, they are neat. Stick to the first and second game though to start. It did decline a lot in the third and fourth. The fifth is good again. Oh, interesting. I will write that down, so I know. Right, so what am I going to do about this? What's irritating about this is how could I have known it was going to disintegrate me before I did it?
It's not triggered by my weight. Oh, nothing. It's a link term.
Could you use the link terminal? The plastic card bears the only the security logo. Is it in the news or something? About the stolen ID. Nope. The body of security officer Stephen Reich was discovered today in Airy Block recycling plant. The murder has been linked to the sabotage of a security vehicle by Hobart terrorists. Assuming Hobart City even exists. Oh, that's what it lets me do. Ah, I get it now. Right, so that wasn't a retina scan on the security door, that was a full body scan. Right. But then how come last time we tried it, it just set an alarm off, whereas this time, it disintegrated us? She told her that using the illegal software is dangerous, I see. I wonder if it was like... I was wondering if it was because the security guard had caught us once already, if it was like a... We'll let you off once, but do it twice. Briefing.doc. Report.doc. Oh, blimey. So .doc files are that old then? Because this game came out in the early 90s, wasn't it? So this would have been before Windows. They must have had... They must have had versions of Microsoft Word that ran on DOS. That's interesting. Doesn't look like any sort of code I recognise. Does look encoded though. And without any clues as to the type of encoding that's being used, I'm not sure I can be bothered to try and decode it, because that could take a very, very long time. It's not even a simple substitution cipher, is it? Because, like, look at the length of that. That looks like one word. That is clearly not one word. Okay, that was pretty useless then. Interesting that they're in a very futuristic city and they don't yet have a graphical interface. PC 47/Y2 Lamb Gilbert, Bellevue Gardens, 2291, balance of account, 34,950, link status free, authorized D-Link, freeze assets. I mean, I don't see how this is going to achieve anything other than just upsetting Mr. Gilbert. Let me copy this down, because I may need to reference this later. So, Bellevue Gardens. Balance of account. I mean, it's the only thing we can do right now. We didn't get any information from those doc files. This is where this pulling at this thread has led us to. In other words, if I don't do either of those two things, then we're out of leads. It wouldn't be clear what we would do next. Okay, so his link status is 0, and he has no money. Again, I don't see what this is going to achieve, but oh well. I think this is probably the way forwards. Why was Commander Reich looking into Gilbert Lamb anyway, under Special Operations? We didn't look for Mr. Lamb there. That just popped up. He'll let you off every time until you get the illegal stuff. Good, just checking if that's the style you like. There's 2 modern LucasArts likes released 2023 and 2024 that I highly endorse because they need fans. Beyond the Edge of Owlsguard is the best P&C of recent 2 years. Legend of Sky is more recent. It's basically a mix of Monkey Island 2 and Loom. It's not as good as the classics. Some puzzlers are clunky, but still very fun. Oh, I'll add those two. Oh, point and click. That must be what P&C is. Beyond the Edge of Owlsguard. And Legend of Sky. Noted, noted. And apart from that, the German-made Daedalic Studios, famous for Deponia, had some really good games. You can get the Whispered World right now on GOG as a giveaway. I also think Night of the Rabbit is one of their best, or at least very least cutest. So what was that? That was Deponia. Whispered World. And Night of the Rabbit. I see, I see. Excellent suggestion, thank you. I don't think I have a GOG account. But still, I'll certainly look into getting those games. Right, where were we? Thank you for using the link. Be vigilant. Right, where's Gilbert going to have ended up stuck? Mr. Gilbert, I should say. Oh, that wasn't very hard. To find him, I mean.
Hey, Lamb.
What's going on here? Okay, I don't know why they paused for so long. Thanks for the tour.
Thanks for the tour.
You're welcome. I hope you've learned something about pipes.
Oh yes, it was most instructive. From now on, whenever I smell raw sewage, I'll think of you, Gilbert.
The text
Let
does not
me
match
give you a
the
tip,
audio.
lad. If you want to get anywhere in this city, you have to bend the rules.
In what way?
If you don't want to get entangled in red tape, you need insurance. A special policy.
Interesting.
See my friend Anchor. He'll help you out.
We've already met him.
What's that robot doing here?
He's my personal assistant. Say hello, Joey.
Hello, Joey.
I thought he was going to say that.
He's got no brain.
Hey, Lamb. See you later.
So he doesn't seem to have realised yet that he can't get around and that he has access to no money. Actually, let's follow him.
Hey, Lamb.
No new
See you
dialogue.
later.
I'm waiting for him to find out that he can't use the elevator.
Hey, Lamb.
Do you have a problem?
Do you have a problem?
Hi, lad. I was hoping to see you. My card isn't working and I can't use the elevator.
Perhaps you've been made a D-Link.
Don't be so bloody impertinent, lad. What will poor little Cuscus do?
Who's Cuscus?
My pussy. She has to be fed. What would I do if she died?
Okay. That's a fair point. See, actions have consequences. I like the name as well, Cuscus. Cus. Mr. Gilbert's cat. Make a hat to match your coat? That's horrible. You could always get another one. Why do we only have horrible dialogue options here? Well, I have to pick one of them, don't I? I can't not. You could always get another one.
You could always get another one.
It wouldn't be the same. I've had Cuscus since she was a kitten.
I could feed her for you. If I could get into your apartment.
You go down to Bellevue, and I'll authorise it so you can. By the way, Cuscus likes to be pampered. Like all women, eh, lad?
Apart from D-Links, you mean? You need therapy, Lamb.
Okie doke. So we can get into his apartment now. I'm not quite sure what the benefit is.
Come on, Joey.
but I'm sure we'll find out. We could also speak to Billy Anchor and see if having spoken to Mr. Gilbert actually opens up any options. Any dialogue options? I want one of your special policies. Know where I can get a Shriebman port. I assume he'll just direct me to the surgery.
Know where I can get a Shriebman port?
Do you have medical cover?
No, I don't.
Don't even consider an operation. You wouldn't believe the blunders made by deranged surgeons.
I'm not interested in medical cover.
I'm not interested in medical cover.
What about your dependents?
My only dependent is my robot. And he wants to be terminated when I die.
Does he?
Right. Without my friend Rob, my existence would be futile.
Oh, blimey.
What is your relationship with that robot?
We're just good friends. Joey is like a brother to me.
I can do you a sibling rivalry policy.
I don't think so.
I want one of your special policies.
I want one of your special policies.
Who sent you?
Gilbert Lamb?
Gilbert Lamb.
Lamb? He's a slime ball. I can't bear the man.
I thought he was your friend.
Definitely not. I can't help you, I'm afraid.
Never mind.
Okay. So that did open up some dialogue options, but it hasn't helped us progress at all. Right, so Lamb's apartment. That's the next stop. We need a better friend. What, you mean better than Joey? He seems very loyal. Will our card... sorry. Commander Reich's card work in here now? How did Gilbert Lamb manage that? How would he know that our ID card was Commander Reich's? How is our ID card still working after all this time since Reich's body's been discovered? How did a D-Link manage to get our... Commander Reich's card to work on his door? So many questions. Better than Lamb, so people trust us. Oh, I see what you mean.
The cushion is covered in grease and cat fur. That looks comfortable and inviting.
Okay, each to their own. Why is it covered in grease?
It's a food dispenser.
This just seems awfully calm about us being near her.
Might have guessed Lamb would have a TV screen like that. Big, showy, and ostentatious.
A lot of people would have a TV that big now.
It's got more buttons than a maternity dress. Robots I can program, but not video machines.
What else do we have here?
I'd like that, if it wasn't for the fluffy sheep.
So he knows what sheep are then. He didn't recognise
The artist must have been on something.
the Statue of Liberty, for example. He thought that was a robot.
That's pathetic. I could do better.
Pretty sure there was another example of him misunderstanding something that that we would find very obvious, but I've forgotten what it was.
I didn't picture Lamb as a reader of books. They're fake. Just empty cardboard boxes.
What, really?
It's
Who
titled
does that?
Pussies on Parade.
This videotape is standard VHS format and bears the title. Huh. You're asking a great question that I have never considered. I guess you can upload the login for doors very easily, but how the heck that would have worked? Over the terminal? I assume you don't have to know whose card it is? Did he just like authorize everyone in the city to be able to go into his apartment or something? Maybe he like removed all permissions on the lock or something. Or just said anyone with a link status at least this high or something like that. What am I going to do with this videotape?
Sorry to disturb you.
Oh, I've reached a bit of a dead end now. I kept pulling at that thread to see where it would take us. And now I've ended up with an item that I didn't have before. But I have no idea what to do with it. So I have a video of some cats. How does that help? Okay, I have a suspicion that I need to get Billy Anchor out of the room. I could just try offer him the tape and see what he does. But we have so many cats on parade now, indeed we do.
Here, have a present.
You're joking, yeah?
Okay, that did nothing. I mean, will the travel agent just give me cash for that tape? Pretty unlikely.
Here, have a present.
Push off!
You didn't try super hard to get into the doctors, I feel. Okay. Well, I did get turned away, and it felt like it was somewhere we'd need to come back to. But, yes, maybe now's the time. Where did Joey just go? Joey keeps wandering off on his own. Then again, how's having a Shriebman port, if I'm remembering the name correctly, gonna help if we don't have access to an interface that uses one? Where can I get a Shriebman port?
Where can I get a Shriebman port? What's that? An interface which allows humans to talk to computers.
Like a mouse, you mean?
No, it's a surgically implanted slot.
Say, I've heard of those things. They give them to perverts, don't they? Are you a pervert?
Certainly not.
You sure look like one.
Well, that conversation took a unexpected turn. I remember I was going to check. What year did this come out? I wasn't expecting the mouse reference. I know there were mice as far back as I think the late 60s, but I didn't think they were popular until about the mid-90s or so. When when graphical computers became much more common. Maybe, to be fair, oh, this was 1994, yeah, okay. Yeah, I suppose people would have heard of mice by then. Oh, they'd have been using bull mice, wouldn't they? It was around the mid-90s that... It was around that time, maybe it was the late 90s, that laser mice took off, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, so yeah. By 1994, I accept that mice would have been common. Oh yeah, bull mice. It was a weird time. Can anyone else supply the port?
Can anyone else supply the port?
Oh no, the service is unique to Dr. Burke.
Why do they end a conversation if there's more to be said? The game's done that a number of times with different people, I think. Burke's biosurgery. Excellent.
It's a holographic project. I'm just looking. Thanks.
Please take one of our brochures.
We've looked at the brochures before, and that didn't seem to help at all.
This door has no handles or means of opening it.
Joey? Oh, he can talk to the hologram. I was going to ask him to weld through the door.
Try talking to that hologram, Joey.
What for?
I need to see the doctor, and she won't let me in.
What shall I say to her?
Use your imagination, or try to persuade her to open the door, or use your natural charm on her. Yeah, use your natural charm on her.
Use your natural charm on her.
I've got an idea. I'll try the subtle approach.
This isn't going to be very subtle, is it?
Hey, you! Open that door!
I take my orders from Dr. Burke.
I take mine from Oberman.
Oh, why didn't you say so before?
Good grief.
That was an interesting reaction. Perhaps we aren't the Overman. Oh, he's mid-surgery. No wonder he didn't want to be disturbed. He's just huffing the gas. Okay.
It's an old phrenological diagram.
Phrenology, that's like the theory about how by measuring the different looking at various measurements of the head, you could, the theory was, predict things about people. And I believe, again, following the fascist theme, that was one of the theories which the Nazis picked up on and, you know, integrated into their racial theory and so on. A bit of a dark history.
It's connected to the computer. A body scanner. It's a guy with his skin cut off.
That's an interesting way of looking at it. See, this is what I mean about he has a very interesting perspective on some things. We would look at that and realise immediately, well, clearly that's for a medical reference. But obviously, poor Mr. Foster's lived out in the gap for so many years that he doesn't necessarily he doesn't have all the context he would need to understand what that is. I wonder if that helmet is the thing that drills a hole in her head.
What a chair! It's a masterpiece in upholstery.
This scene is hilarious.
That looks ominous and scary. Surely that's supposed to be for his patients.
Well, apparently not.
If I sniff that, I might end up like the doctor.
The doctor that you're about to entrust with drilling a hole in your
A
skull.
diagnostic computer.
Alright, I think we've examined everything.
Excuse
Let's see
me.
where this goes.
make me jump like that.
Sorry, didn't realize you were busy.
Just practicing.
That sounds like it's supposed to be a
I
German
like to keep my
accent.
hand in. What can I do for you?
I need a Schriebman port.
Really?
Practicing.
Do you have sufficient credit?
All I've got are the clothes I'm wearing.
In that case, you require the easy pay scheme.
Okay.
Yes, that sounds perfect.
Kidney, lung, or testicles.
What?
What?
Which organ do you wish to sell?
I'm not selling anything.
No parts, no port. Send in the next customer.
Okay.
Poor devil.
Hello there.
Oh my goodness.
You're conscious.
Oh, yes.
You don't look so good.
You don't look so good.
Well, thanks very much. Full marks for your bedside manner. Have you brought me any grapes?
I'm afraid not.
I'm afraid not.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Grapes make me feel quite squeamish.
What?
They remind me of eyeballs.
I mean, okay, oversharing again. I'm trying to escape from the city.
I'm trying to escape from the city.
Is that so?
I need a Schriebman port.
You don't need a surgeon. You need your head examined.
Do you know anyone called Overman?
Do you know anyone called Overman?
I've never heard of him.
Then why? How come the hologram had?
I have to go now.
Drop by again sometime.
Excuse me.
Oh, I noticed one of the options isn't there. Let's forget about the Schriebman port.
Let's forget about the Schriebman port.
As you wish.
Okay. Goodbye. Wait, hang on. Can't I just give him my card? Sorry, Reich's card.
Excuse me. Here's my ID.
Your identity means little. To me, you are but a flesh-bound factory.
Well, the thing is, Reich did have a bunch of money on his card. Which is why I'm confused. And if I can find the right page, I could tell you exactly how much money he had. Page in my notes, I mean. Yeah, he had $6,037, which you'd think would go some way. Then again, didn't he spend like $100 on a magazine or something? Stuck again.
Never mind.
Okay, let's check the computer. I've forgotten where the nearest terminal is. I guess we can just go up to the one in the security room if we don't see one sooner. Well, I think there might be a terminal that's at the top of the elevator. Oh, we never found out what to do with that tape. I could have offered it to the doctor, couldn't I? Yep, the money's still there. They don't appear to have deactivated the card in any way. Let's try offering that tape to the doctor, and if that fails, we could present it to Mr. Gilbert potentially. Then again, he may just react negatively. But I don't know what else to suggest. Wrong one.
Excuse me. Here, have a present.
You must try to curb your subconscious urges.
Okay. I got nothing. I don't know what to suggest. Other than that which I just did. The idea of asking Mr. Gilbert about the videotape. But I don't know what that would achieve. Oh, we could speak to the Billy Anchor again. It's possible now that we've actually visited the surgery, there'll be new dialogue options.
Never mind.
Hopefully we don't have to give up a lung or a kidney.
I can't
But the thing is, even if we did, I don't see how that would enable us to achieve any more. Like, we don't have access to a interface that expects a Shriebman port yet. So even if we sold an organ and had the Shriebman port installed, I don't see how, as I say, I don't see how that would help us progress. Don't be a coward.
Hey, Lamb. See you later. Hey, Lamb. I've got something for you.
Not now, lad.
Okay. So presenting him with the VHS tape wasn't the solution. Don't be a coward, you say. That suggests
Come
to
on,
me that
Joey.
I do have to go ahead with this surgery. I think you're probably right, because I don't know what else we could do. Like, I literally have no other leads. I guess there's going to be some sort of complication with the surgery that then leads to new options, or perhaps during the course of the surgery enough time passes that the world around us changes, or something. Of those options, I think giving up a kidney is obviously the best choice. Not that I relish the thought of only having one kidney, but that's probably going to be the least, going to have the least detrimental effect on the body.
Excuse me.
I'd better not do this and then find out that there's actually another way to do this. Maybe I wouldn't miss a kidney.
Maybe I wouldn't miss a kidney.
I'd have to run some tests.
Oh,
Stand
okay.
behind the scanner, please.
Is this where we find out that we're some sort of
Turn around, please.
overman?
I can't use either of them.
Why not?
They're too good to sell at second hand. I'd have to overprice myself to be profitable.
You make money by trading people's organs?
What else would I do with them?
Open a restaurant?
I guess I try the lungs.
Excuse me.
This is certainly starting to back up my eugenics or genetic engineering theory, isn't it? The only trouble is, why did the hologram respond the way they did when Joey said, I work for Overman? Does the hologram know about these? Again, assuming my theory's right, it might be wrong. Does the hologram know that there was some sort of eugenics program or some genetic engineering project? And I don't know, maybe they're programmed to follow the instructions of Overman. Maybe we actually have a very, very high security status, we just don't have access to our own card. Or our card was never printed.
I suppose I could spare a lung.
Let's have a look at them first.
On the scanner?
Yes, please. Hold still, please. Has someone been experimenting on you?
Why do you ask that?
I've never seen a body quite like yours before. I'm afraid I can't use them.
Is there something wrong? Tell me, Doc, I can take it.
You're simply too healthy. Most bodies would reject your organs.
What? How can you be so healthy that... What? Your organs are so good that most bodies would reject them? I don't get it. The hologram being connected to Link and thus knowing stuff would make some sense. I don't know. Is the hologram connected to Link? I suppose there's a good chance, but does that mean that it's a two-way data connection? Not necessarily. If Link's helping us because, I don't know, we were the overman that they selected to try and free the city or something, you'd think that Link could do a little bit more to help us. You know, if they are in contact with that hologram.
Excuse me.
Like, for example, helping us...
I guess I've no choice, Doc.
I'd,
I'll have to sell you my...
It's not as bad as you think. When I said I'd take your testes, I meant after your death.
That's a great consolation.
All I require from you now is your consent. Take a seat, please.
Do you use local anesthetic?
Oh no, it doesn't hurt. Any more than having your ears pierced.
In that case, I need a general anesthetic.
Oh my goodness.
You now have a Schriebman port. You may experience headaches, but don't worry, it's quite normal.
Oh, wonderful, thanks.
Excuse me.
Your receptionist certainly is strange.
Your receptionist certainly is strange.
That's my wife you're talking about.
Okay.
You're married to a hologram?
She wasn't a hologram when we wed. She died last year, but I decided to keep her.
Doesn't the fact that she's dead distress you?
No, she's a lot less trouble than when she was alive.
Okay, this is another conversation that has taken a very different turn to that which I expected. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. Can you get me to ground level, Doc?
Can you get me to ground level, Doc?
I have my reputation to consider. If you're determined, you might ask my friend Willy. Just tell him I sent you. He has a rather special policy.
You're talking about Billy. I've had a bad knock on the head.
I've had a bad knock on the head.
Any after effects?
Yeah, pain.
Impairment of vision?
I keep seeing flying saucers.
Any dizziness?
Yeah, I can hardly stand.
You know, I get exactly the same myself. I wish I knew what causes it.
Thanks again for the port.
Thanks
Doc.
again for the port, Doc.
It's a pleasure to do business with you.
Right, wonderful. So we've been severely impaired by that Shriekman port. Is there any new dialogue with the hologram now?
Welcome to Burke's Biosurgery. Please feel free to visit the doctor at any time. Your robot informed me of your connection.
With Overman, you mean?
That's correct. It's an honor to have you here.
That is very interesting. Right, let's have a word with Billy Anchor. Now that we appear to have a friend who he may hold in higher regard. I can feel the progress. It does feel promising, doesn't it? Hang on.
Never mind.
I want Joey here because Joey may be able to take that anchor finally if Billy leaves the room. Where did Joey go? How do I even get Joey to follow me reliably? Is he making his way over to me just very slowly? I can't quite tell. I think he is trying. I don't know what the rules are. Maybe every time I move 2 screens he moves 1 or something? No. Yes. Yes, it might be something like that. Yeah, he's just slow. Give him time. I want one of your special policies.
I want one of your special policies.
Who sent you?
Dr. Burke.
Dr. Burke.
The ghoul, huh? He's cool. So, how can I help you?
Can you get me out of the city?
It's dangerous. Are you sure you've got the balls?
That's a delicate subject.
Wait here. I have to make a call.
Joey, it's your time. Quick, get that anchor while he's
Quick.
away.
Get that anchor while he's away. And hurry before the jerk gets back.
Charming. It'd be a shame if someone grabbed this anchor. Hello? Why can I not pick it up? I think we got away with that. The decorative anchor is die cast from a cheap metal. Any luck with your contact?
Any luck with your contact?
Security have put a hold on comms. Seems there's a saboteur on the loose.
Could you try your contact again? Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Okay, so Billy's not going to be able to help us get out of the city, it looks like. But can I combine the cable and the anchor? Yes! And then, presumably, we can get into the back of the security place, because I noticed from the very beginning of the game that it was interesting. We could select the security sign from the top of the factory. That is the security sign that was on the adjacent building, which we now know to be the security building.
Come on, Joey.
I would add, that is the first time we've managed to actually combine items as well. It wasn't clear whether combining items was possible until now. I think previously when we'd tried, all that had happened is the items had swapped places or something. Yeah. Yeah, it just changes which one's in a hand, doesn't it? Right, that's the factory, isn't it? Once we've broken into the security building, I'm not actually sure what the plan is. Let me save here before we try this. We may be we may have death number 2 in store. One thing I don't like about this save menu, either the one I just went to or this equivalent one that's in game, I wish they'd give you some sort of date or something on the save so I could tell, or date and time, so I could tell which is the most recent.
This could be the most stupid thing I've ever done.
See, that's why I saved. Oh, I can't believe it worked! I've been looking forward to giving that a go for quite a while now. You know, since we saw the anchor in the
It's locked.
in the insurance building the first time.
It's locked. It's locked.
Well, I mean, before that,
Locked.
really, that's when I first had an idea about how we could actually do
locked.
it.
It's locked.
Still, progress has been made. What is that that's actually, like, poking through? Is that a tree? I doubt it, because I haven't seen any vegetation growing except near the apartments, from what I recall, and possibly some houseplants indoors. Poor Joey couldn't make it in, it seems. Okay, no one's particularly noticed us yet. Oh, that's the interface. Is using the terminal going to be a bad idea? If they are tracking our card, they'll know we're here. Any new news? Nope. Can I view the documents from here? Still encoded by the looks of things. Okay, nothing more we can do. I think that's where we broke through the building. Oh, I see. Right, I'm guessing if I try to use the elevator door here, I'll just get zapped again. So I guess we use the interface?
It's the link interface. And I don't like the look of it at all.
No, nor do I.
It's a standard card slot.
Okay, I think we know what we're trying now. Wish me luck. Yes, it is a virtual world like in Technobabylon. Okay, interesting. File. Carswell Sentinel. Size 32K. That's quite small. Link Environment Manager. Design. N. Carswell Union Security. For security use only, engineers should refer to Program Manual IC40 before test or deletion. Oh, there's a little smiley face. That's a file, is it? Guess I should make a reference. A reference? A note, I mean to say. Right. Carswell's Sentinel. 72K. This is where the fun begins. Manual IC40. Also, to my list of people, I should add N. Carswell. Okay, I guess we... Oh, that's an exit. File unknown format, size 13K, unknown. File unreadable, data format unrecognized. Alright. Tuning fork. Well, that's curious. Can't interact with it yet, though. Oh, there's no way back. We're stuck here. For now. Carpet bag. Folder. Union Security ID 739-00461. Okay, headed this way, I guess. Are we okay? We seem to be okay. Okay, lesson learned. So those sentinels won't let us move in certain directions. I wonder to what extent we can tell what they're guarding. I don't seem to be able to interact with anything. Do I have an inventory? Oh! Disconnect, open, document. Charon? Isn't that like the Greek name of... Isn't that like the ferryman for the boat of the dead or something in Greek mythology? In Greek mythology, Charon, which I may be mispronouncing, looks like I am. Charon. Oh, of course, I remember from, what was it called, that game? Was it The Forgotten City? Yeah, Charon is a psychopomp, the ferryman of the Greek underworld. He carries the souls of those who have been given funeral rites across the rivers Acheron and Styx, which separates the world of the living and the dead. Right, okay. That's an odd thing to be here. Document. Info. This part is a bit clunky. They might have been too ambitious for the time, but I think purely for ingenuity, it works really well. Yes, the Greek ferryman of the river Styx. Magnifying glass. Quick decrypt. That could be useful for the documents we found in Riker's files. So we have quick decrypt. Orison Werner, Union Labs. Okay, a decryption routine for all standard UTSCII coded files. Do we need a password? Or a, what's it called? I've forgotten the name of it when you use a file which contains, the equivalent of a password, you know, like, is it a fingerprint? I've forgotten. I think that's something different. Can I pick it up? Yes. Birthday surprise. The Wild Boys. Is this a virus or something? Birthday surprise. The ultimate decompression routine for all serious system surfers. Spread them and enjoy. Huh. Why birthday surprise? Oh well. Right, are these the two documents we had we looked at before? Briefing .doc. Yes. And report .doc. Decrypt document. Decrypt document. So it can see they're a text file now. Did the sizes of the files change? I didn't note the size before. I don't think they have. How do I open these? Oh, that'll be... No? What? Does that not work? I don't have to decompress, do I? No. Sharon, 10k, design Grendel. To override system logon security, please distribute freely. Hi to Rue, Pob, and Ian. Grendel's from oh, Beowulf, the Legend of Beowulf, aren't they? They were one of the antagonists. And I believe Grendel's mother was the other main one. So remind me, we can decrypt, we can uncompress, and we can defeat logon security? Do I use this on the eyeball? No. How do I view the file then? Disconnect. Oh, that'll be why there was a terminal in the same room. So that I can get back to the files. Right, are these decrypted now? Yes, Special Operations Ref UOA8 stroke H2 Reich. Subject Overman R. Robert Overman. Other reference VP06 stroke N9 Piero Maria, native of Hobart. Removed child and bid to defect back to Hobart. Flight terminated in Gap. Ref X937 Y382. No infant remains found at crash site. Search all Gap dwellers camps in area. Return Overman to Link at all costs. Subject has assumed the name of Foster. Special Operations Ref UO88 stroke H2 Reich. Subject Ref PC49 stroke Y2 Lamb. No authority on record for increased status and promotion to supervisor. Unlawful intrusion suspected. Action level 3 surveillance. Interesting. Right, I should write some of these down, shouldn't I? So, Special Operative Ref UO88 stroke H2 Reich and Mother Ref. Apparently all mothers need a reference in this world. VP06 N9 Piero. Right, so our mother removed us in a bid to defect back to Hobart. They claim. Interesting, it says defect back to Hobart, suggesting that's where she was originally from. Gap Ref. That'll be the crash site. X9 37 Y382. And to confirm, we are in fact Robert Overman, it would seem. And so far, the eugenics theory is panning out. Though we can't be sure. Could be wrong. This could be someone else. It just seems exceedingly unlikely. I guess I need a new page of notes now. Right. Mr. Gilbert Lamb. I think I called him Mr. Gilbert earlier, and obviously it should be Mr. Lamb. Mr. Gilbert Lamb probably hacked Link to get status level 3. It's interesting that the most they could do in that situation is monitor him. Like, you'd have thought they'd have had records and could verify whether or not he should have had that status or challenged it. You know, okay, you think you should have that status, why? Explain yourself.
So my real name is Robert Overman. But why does Link want me? And what's happened to my father?
If you had a father. I mean, clearly genetically you have a father. But we don't know, for example, if you're genetically related to your mother or if she was just a surrogate mother. You know, again, I can't rule out the genetic engineering possibility. Your genome could be entirely artificial, and they may have just used one of her eggs, which they would have removed the genetic information from, and her womb, potentially, her uterus. Maybe. Or perhaps she could have been more of a... It's even possible she could have been more of a nanny, and they just called her a mother. You don't know. Okay. I assume there's more we can do here, because we don't currently have a straightforward way out. I assume if I try and use the elevator right now, it'll end badly. What did Karen do again? Override logon security. The ball. Oh, it's compressed data. I was gonna try decompression, but that makes life easier. I can't look at the passwords then. Do I just have to try them? Hold on, let's get the info on them. Codebreaker green, 22k. L Foulweight, Union Security. Access to pass protected node, security use only. Okay. Let me add them to my list of people. L Thwaites. Union Security. Noted. And who is the other, or what's the other one? Right, okay. So there's no obvious difference between the two passwords. Like, looking at them now, I have no idea which one I would use. Okay, if I go back out and go back to the... Hang on, I didn't need to do that, did I? I could have just disconnected from here. If I go back to the terminal, can I then see the passwords? Well, I would say if I keep having to go between the two areas, that is going to get a bit tedious. But we'll see. I didn't mean to go there, did I? Or possibly I did. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Right, nothing there. Nothing there. Okay, so I'm guessing that the passwords only exist in link space. So what do they call them? Code breaker green and code breaker red. Code breaker green and code breaker red. And they're both 22k. I wonder if we use those to navigate that other room that we couldn't navigate before. So I seem to remember some of the floors were like green and red there. Looks like it. Alright, what does green do? And what does red do? Okay, they seem equivalent. I think this is supposed to be a puzzle, but so far I've not had a single choice I could actually make. My next action has been, without backtracking, I've only had one choice so far. Yeah, I never had any choices there. At every stage, there was only one other thing I could try. I take it picking... Oh, I can pick that up. Okay, what do we have here? There were ways to make mistakes. Phoenix. And a book. Okay. Phoenix program. 64K, C grey, Union Security, restricted use only in accordance with Link Mandate 889. Is the Phoenix program going to let us survive being disintegrated by that eye? and it's a text file, phoenix.doc. But I think I'd have to go to a terminal to look at it, which is a nuisance. If that's the case, then just to be safe, I'm going to pick up my passwords again. If we're just smart enough to instantly see the solutions. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that.
I need to insert my card.
Yes, indeed. Wrong one. Oh, we promised Anita would raise her status level too, didn't we? Ah, we do a phoenix.doc, so that is being stored on the card. That's good to know. So all the stuff we were picking up then, the programs and the documents, are stored on the card, it would seem. It's encrypted. Alright, fine. It's annoying that I have to go through the animations again, just to get back in and decrypt it. It's a shame they didn't just... All they would have had to have done is, instead of having a terminal in that room, give you a virtual terminal in the link space. Like, something up here that just brings up the terminal. Oh well. Right, decrypt. Oh, it's got a question mark, so that was telling us that we should expect encryption. I see.
I need to insert.
Still haven't stopped the card. For some reason. Special Operation Ref UOA8 stroke H2 Reich. So this is still to do with Reich for some reason, by coincidence. Subject status clearance. A bearer is authorized to utilize Phoenix status override in the course of investigations. Special security services. Okay. How? Well, the Phoenix do I use the Phoenix program on the eye? I haven't forgotten about the tuning fork, incidentally. I just don't know how to get there yet. Right, where was the login circumnavigator? Have I tried this yet? No, that doesn't work. Phoenix? Well, that didn't work. What do I use the Phoenix program with, though? I know this is a bit daft, but I don't have a better idea. Engineers should refer to Program Manual IC40 before test or deletion. So is there a method I can use to delete those things? Is there anything in this room I've missed? Don't think so. Hold on, I didn't check the other security services, did I? I checked the documents. It could be that the Phoenix program has appeared under the other security services? Other than the file adjustment? Yes! Authority granted for temporary enhancement of link status. Agent granted access to all sectors. Duration 48 hours. Wonderful. What is our link status now? Unlimited. Very nice. That implies that if I can get out of here, I can get to the ground level as well. So just for reference, is that eye still going to prevent us?
I don't like the look.
Prevent us from getting past still? If so, I would conclude that we're not supposed to go past there. Unlimited power, indeed. It feels like there's more here that I'm supposed to explore. Although, hang on, I think we got zapped before, not because we lacked the status, but because it didn't think it was us, I assume. Or it didn't think we were right, and it was right. It's nice having the unlimited status, but I'm still a little unclear on how I progress from here. I don't know, maybe I have to come back here later. Let's try saving, and we'll try leaving and seeing how that goes. Cyberspace won't run away anytime soon. Are we about to get zapped? No, for some reason. Gentlemen? I don't know why it worked that time when it didn't go in the other way, but hey ho. Right, I think we have a ground level to explore. I'll add to our to-do list though. Oh, acquire anchor, we've done that. Acquire rad suit, I assume we don't need to do that. Finish. Exploring. Link. Space. Noted. Where's Joey? I don't know where Joey's got to. Right, can we descend any farther? Surely Link is in on this. How could they not?
Oh no! Joey must have forgotten he'd changed shells. I hope his board isn't broken.
Oh dear.
It's too heavy to carry.
Poor Joey. Yeah, how could they not be aware of the fact that Reich's card's still in use and he's just had his privileges elevated?
Far too heavy to lift. That's too big and heavy to carry.
Interesting. Interesting fence. What's through that door?
What's through that door?
It's off limits to the likes of you.
I just wondered where it leads.
It's the old cathedral. There's nothing interesting in there. In fact, it's empty.
Then why guard it? Why guard an empty cathedral, exactly?
Why guard an empty cathedral?
I'm not guarding it exactly. I'm just standing there.
Oh, you won't mind
Preventing me
standing
from
aside
entering.
then?
Yes.
Do you know the woman with the dog?
Do you know the woman with the dog?
Oh, yes. That's Mrs. Piermont. The richest woman in Union City. And the ugliest.
Charming. Mrs. Piermont. Richest woman in Union City. Oh, so that's where we are. We're in Union City. What's the best way out of the city?
What's the best way out of the city?
Just casually ask the
There
guard
isn't
that.
a way out.
Then the inhabitants are no better than prisoners.
That's the price of progress.
Seems like a very open-minded guard to even have this conversation.
Never mind.
And not to get at all suspicious as well. I think that's supposed to be a boy with
Hello.
blonde hair,
Who
but
are
it
you?
looks a lot like he's
My
bald.
name's Vincent. What's yours?
I'm Robert. You can call me Rob.
Oh, good. Oh, there it is. I wondered where I put my pen for a second. Vincent. Boy in park. Why aren't you at school, Vincent?
Why aren't you at school, Vincent?
My tutor's malfunctioned. I've tried to reprogram it to play video games.
Would you like me to repair your tutor?
Would you like me to repair your tutor?
No.
Oh, I can do that myself. But then I'd have to go back to my studies.
What's that you're playing with?
What's that you're playing with?
It's my handheld games console.
Neat. What's the game?
It's called Fleecy the Lamb.
That sounds nice. What's the objective?
Torch the mutant psychos with your flamethrower and stop Dr. Mantis from butchering the orphans.
But that's horrible.
Yeah, I've played better.
What other games have you got?
What other games have you got?
Not many, 'cause they're too expensive. They're smuggled into the city from Hobart. I've got Nobby, the platform game, Onan the Barbarian, and Revenge of the Deadly Dandelions.
I suppose they keep you out of mischief.
Do you know a man called Overman?
Do you know a man called Overman?
No, Rob. Why do you want to know?
He's my dad.
Aren't you a little old to have a dad?
What?
Last time I saw him, I was a little boy. I was taken away to the Gap.
The Gap? Oh, wow! I'd like to escape to the Gap. I'm tired of being told what to do.
Is this a spy that we're speaking to? Are we... Is this some sort of operation to entrap us we've stumbled into? Also, what was that about? Aren't you too old to have a dad? What? What is going on in this world? Do you know who the woman with the dog is?
Do you know the woman with the dog?
That's Mrs. Pearmont, and she's a pig.
That's not a very nice thing to say.
Well, she tried to confiscate my console. She gave me a lecture and tried to force me to join the Junior Security Corps.
Don't wear out your thumbs.
Don't wear out your thumbs. Excuse me.
Smart floral display. Are they real? What do you think?
They look kind of shiny.
Naturally. I've just varnished them.
Okay.
Do you paint the flowers too?
This is Union City, not Wonderland. You obviously know nothing about plants.
Clearly. Won't that varnish harm the plants?
Won't the varnish harm the plants?
They're obviously not real.
Au contraire, Clever Dick. It filters out the crap in the atmosphere.
Okay. What are you doing to that plant?
What are you doing to that plant?
I'm modelling a living sculpture. It's called topiary, and it's an art form.
What are those blue flowers called?
What are those blue flowers called?
They're dandelions. Don't touch them.
What?
They're pretty. But why can't I touch them?
Dandelions aren't
Because
blue.
if you do, you'll wet your bed.
I haven't done that for months.
What? What? This conversation is hard to follow.
See you later.
Let's check the news, shall we? Okay, looks like nothing new. The news hasn't updated, which is fine.
Maybe I could force it open with psychic energy. Or not. No card slot. Must be a private elevator.
Okay, noted. Why can I interact with the plant? What am I
The
going to do
leaves
to
are
them?
shiny and waxy.
He did say it's a living sculpture, so maybe those are living
Excuse me.
plants.
Hello, darling. I don't believe we've met.
No, I'm a stranger here.
I'm Mrs. Pearmont, but you can call me Danielle.
Okay. I'll add that to my notes. Mrs. Danielle Pearmont. How do I get out of the city? Oh, do you know someone called Overman?
Do you know someone called Overman?
Why, yes, I do. He worked with my husband, Professor Pearmont. Why? Are you interested in Overman?
He was my father.
I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. Overman's only son died in an accident.
That was no accident, Mrs. Pearmont. It was deliberate sabotage by security. My mother was killed, but I survived. And I've read a document which proves it.
Incredible! Your mother was a great friend to me. If there's any way I can help you, just ask.
Oh, blimey, I wasn't expecting that, assuming it's genuine. Well, if her mother got on well with her, perhaps we should, well, we should never be quick to judge under any circumstances, whatever people say. But, certainly we should keep an open mind. I'm going out now. I hope everyone continues to have fun here. Okie doke, Jenny. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And thank you for spending so much of your time with me and us. Right, where were we? How do I get out of the city?
How do I get out of the city?
Now, why would you want to do that? There's nothing in the gap but sand and savages.
But that's where I live.
Oh, how ghastly for you, my dear.
What's the mutt's name?
What's the mutt's name?
Well, really? He's not a mutt. His name is Spunky.
Interesting. Need a new page of people now. People and animals. Mrs. Pierremont's dog. He looks just like his owner.
He looks just like his owner.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, not the most cute thing. What am I trying to say? Not the most polite thing to say, was it? He's really cute and fluffy.
He's really cute and fluffy.
Flattery will get you nowhere, young man.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Oh, different area.
Won't open. That's probably because it's locked.
Interesting. Presumably that gets opened from the other side then. Unless we can get a key. St. James. Is this a tube station?
Nothing I could use that statue for. The big guy's sacks are spilling their contents.
Okay.
It's a little man carrying a log. Court closed. See link for news of forthcoming attractions.
What? Court cases are attractions, are they?
Shut tight.
That's concerning. Doorman.
Excuse me.
Hold it. Your membership card, please.
I don't have one.
This is a private club.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You do now. Piss off.
Charming. How do I join the club?
How do I join the club?
You have to be sponsored by an existing member. It's a most exclusive establishment. Frequented only by those with the proper credentials.
You mean people with money?
No, people with credit. There's a world of difference. People with money think they can afford not to care. People with credit know they can't, but don't care anyway.
Interesting. Where's my to-do list? We need to update it. So, get sponsored to join St. James Club. I don't know why we would want to do that, but I suspect it's something we will be doing. What goes on in the club?
What goes on in the club?
If I was to tell you that this club provides recreational facilities par excellence for a clientele with elegance and taste, I'd be lying through my teeth.
You just said it was exclusive.
Oh, it is exclusive but seedy. The reason people come here is the cheap booze and the fact that it's off limits to security.
Interesting. How did they manage that? How did they manage to create a location that's off limits to security? Still, if there was some sort of rebellion, that's where it would be centered. Smart shoes.
Smart shoes.
Oh, thanks. You can tell a lot from a man's shoes. The design tells you what kind of man he is. The way he cares for them tells you where he's going.
And what he's trodden in tells you where he's been.
Do you know anyone who'd sponsor me?
Do you know anyone who'd sponsor me?
What about old widow Piermont?
Good point.
She used to come here, years ago. If you chatted her up, she might sponsor you.
See you later.
What a fantastic
Excuse
idea.
me.
Would you sponsor me for the club?
Would you sponsor me for the club?
If you're really Robert Overman, I'll sponsor you. But I don't want to visit the club. I'll call the manager from my apartment.
Okay. Has that already taken
Excuse
place?
me. See you later.
I'm not sure how long we have to wait. Okay, we're back at the start. Still not sure.
Come to Mummy, Spunky.
So does she live at the top of the elevator? Yes.
Oh, come to Mummy, Spunky.
Hello. Who is this?
It's me, Robert.
It's me, Robert.
Come right in, Rob.
Okay. Well, that was easy.
Welcome to my humble little home, Robert. You know, I remember you as a baby, Robert.
I've grown a bit since then.
I'm sure you have. You must have so many questions to ask me.
Yes, I have.
What was the professor working on?
What was the professor working on?
Didn't I tell you? Helmut was the designer of Link. It was his dream, but he died before it was realized. Your father became the project leader.
Richard. Okay. So Professor Helmut Piermont designed Link. And Richard Overman is our father and Link project lead. Okie doke. So my dad was responsible for Link?
So my dad was responsible for Link?
Yes, he stepped into Helmut's shoes. Link reached completion on the very day you were born.
Interesting.
From then on, Richard changed. He spent more time with Link than he did with his wife and baby.
But we know that our mother had connections to Hobart and they thought she was defecting back to them, unless that was made up. You know, we can't be sure how much we can rely on the security's own record, since they may well lie to their own staff. This reminds me of Laura Bow. Is this game from around the same time? I don't know, I've not heard of Laura Bow. Also, it's lovely to see you, Pikachu. I hope you're having a good day. This was 1994, incidentally. Hang on, I'm trying to look up Laura Bow. Oh dear. I often have this problem. I get my Surface out, my Surface laptop, and for some reason I've just disconnected from the Wi-Fi and it takes it longer than you'd think to reconnect. I mean, I suppose it's just going into standby mode, that's probably why it loses the connection, but we'll get there in a second. Let's ask another question while we wait. Why did my mother try to escape?
Why did my mother try to escape?
But she did her best to cope. But she wasn't the same after Richard's rejection. The authorities never approved of her marriage either, because she came from Hobart. Eventually, she decided to return home.
So the bastards had her killed.
You're overwrought, Robert. Would you like some paracetamol?
That's an odd offer.
I don't want analgesic. I want answers.
This is slightly after the game era of Laura Bow, but very close. Laura Bow is the protagonist of Colonel's Bequest and Dagger of Amon-Ra, classic murder mystery point and click from Sierra. Interesting. Are those ones worth playing? Shall I add them to the list? That was a funny comeback to being offered drugs. It was indeed. Sorry, just adding those games to the list. I can check out if they're if they look good later. Are you going to sponsor me now, or is my father still alive? That seems like a priority.
Is my father still alive?
I've not seen him since my husband's funeral.
Oh, blimey.
What a magnificent occasion.
Okay.
I wish I could have stayed until the end.
You walked out of your husband's funeral?
I had no choice. Poor Spunky hates cathedrals.
What?
All that incense and droning makes him bilious. No sooner had I got him outside than up came his breakfast.
It's a good thing he didn't chuck in church.
Don't interrupt, darling. Well, when I got back, they were all gone. Congregation, choir, coffin and all.
What? And that didn't strike you as odd? Or was this days later? Also, what's bilious? I'm looking up bilious. Offer pertaining to something containing or consisting of bile. I see. Suffering from real or supposed liver disorder. Peevishly ill-humoured, irritable or bad-tempered. Irascible. Okay. Why didn't you want to visit the club?
Why didn't you want to visit the club?
The memories are too painful.
Did you go there with the professor?
Yes. We met in a club. Oh, he was a handsome young graduate. And I was a flower in my first bloom. He plucked me from the garden of innocence.
I see what you mean. The memories are painful.
Blimey. Have you checked out Crimson Diamond yet, Pikachu? I have not. Is that another point and click? It seems like I have to watch someone else play it. Alas, I have no PC. Oh no! Sorry to hear that. That must really that must really be a terrible nuisance, not having access to any PC. Crimson Diamond is a new release this year that is a love letter to old text passers made by just a single person. It's like a fan sequel to the Laura Bow series. It's very good if you're a fan of Colonel's Bequest. Oh, I see. When you say text passers, is that interactive fiction? A text adventure? Or is this one of those more graphical games which happens to use text parsing? Are you going to sponsor me now?
Are you gonna sponsor me now?
If that's what you want. I'll telephone the manager and make the arrangements. This won't take a moment.
Okay.
Is that Mr. Colston? Danielle Piermont here. I have a friend I wish to sponsor.
Did she really? Yes, of course. Mr. Colston, wasn't it? Manager at St. James's Club. I don't believe it. Is she distracted on the phone because we're supposed to interact with something in the environment?
Nothing I could use that. It's an ancient Greek statue, made of fiberglass.
How do you not know what the Statue of Liberty is, but you can recognise an ancient Greek statue? Wait, if I put the cat tape in the VCR, is the dog going to become bilious? I don't know how that would help, but it might be entertaining. Dog bowl? Okay, I can interact with the dog bowl
It's
now.
full of biscuits and dog drool.
Right.
If I pick up the bowl, the contents will slop all over my hands.
Alright, I have some
If
dog
I pick
biscuits.
up the bowl all over. If I pick all over.
I assume I don't pick up the dog bowl then. It's a graphical adventure that uses text parsing as interaction. The transitional phase, you could say. We say the transitional phase. I know that a lot of I know there were some very, very early point and clicks, like I think King's Quest 1, if I recall correctly. And they look they do not stand up well as far as I understand it. But I do know that there were some fairly late games which combined graphics with the text parsing interface. It's almost as if, rather than there being a transitional period between the two, graphical adventures largely replaced text adventures, but some text adventures continued, but went more graphical, if that makes sense. I did Eric the Unready on stream a while back. The game itself was good. It wasn't brilliant. It was good. But I thought the interface was very good. The way that every scene was hand-drawn, but you had a text adventure interface. I really got on well with that. Actually, I was able to play the Amon-Ra from the Laura Bow series, as well as a few of the King's Quest titles from Sierra. Of fiberglass. You can drug the dog, maybe. I don't have anything I could drug the dog with, and I don't know why I would do that. But you never know. The doggy snacks are hard brown biscuits with a coating of the dog's abundant saliva. Okay. I don't know why I have those biscuits, but I assume I just go now. Out of curiosity, can I go back?
For an apartment.
Hello. Who is this?
I just want to know for future reference
It's
if
me, Robert.
Come right in, Rob.
if I can get back into that room as it was, or whether, you know, all the interaction that I could have had there's over. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, I can come back here whenever I want. So if there is something to be done with the dog bowl, I will still be able to do it in the future. Okie doke. She did offer you paracetamol. She did. Absolutely. There's a reason Crimson Diamond came out this year. There's people that think text puzzles as interaction are straight up more fun, and I can see their point. Have you played it? I have no mouth, but I must scream. I have not. I vaguely recognise the name though. Is that a horror game? It certainly sounds like it. It's funny what you say about text adventures. There was a game. There's a big. Well, I say big. There's a reasonably well-off community online that still create their own fan-made text adventures. There's a whole community based around it with their own software. I've got a vague feeling one of the main text parsers is called Gargoyle or something like that. Text adventure engine, I should say. And a game that I played and really enjoyed several years ago was, I believe, called Kirkakrupp. I don't know how it's pronounced, but I believe it means dungeon crawler in whichever language that is. Let me see if I can find the website quickly and share it. I can. And let's share this. So this is the page. What it is it's a roguelike with a text adventure interface. So you type it, the rooms are described to you, you type in what you want to do, but the game itself is a roguelike like the original Rogue. Like it's even more of a roguelike than modern roguelikes, if that makes sense. And it had some interesting mechanics, and it was really good. Like, the text adventure interface, the text parsing, works really, really well with a roguelike. And I remember when I played this game, I was just like wondering, why didn't they do that back in the day? Like, I literally do not know why. Because text adventures and Rogue, the original roguelikes, the Rogue clones, they were contemporaneous. Like, I have literally no idea why, as far as I'm aware, no one ever tried it. Anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. Like, I have genuinely considered doing text adventures on stream. The main problem is, I think it would be boring. I don't think people would want to watch just, you know, pages of text on the screen. Obviously, I'd be reading it out. But that's what's put me off. But I mean, if there are some, like Eric the Unready, there's some decent text adventures with plenty of graphics, I would be completely up for that. So see what you mean with parallel development. It is a point-and-click text adventure horror game based off a short story. Cool, I've saved that website. I have to check it out. Unfortunately, it's a completely fan-made game, and Kirkakrupp hasn't been updated in almost 10 years, I'm sorry to say. As far as I'm aware, it still works just fine. It's just that, you know, it was a really promising project, and, you know, it's a shame when projects like that stop being updated. I believe it was mostly developed by one man. I mean, I think there were a lot of other people that contributed, but I think there was like one main person that had the original idea and was the project lead. And I think he became a father, and like he just had to stop, as I understand it. What was I thinking? What are we doing? I guess we're trying to get into the club, aren't we?
Excuse me.
For some reason.
Hello, Mr. Overman. How did you know my name? You're a member now, sir?
Yes, I was going to say.
It's my business to know all our members. Can I go in now? Certainly. But you're in for a disappointment. How come? It looks smart with the lights turned low, but in daylight, it's a flipping toilet.
Okay. What was I gonna say? So I am enjoying this game. I'm glad I'm playing it, and it certainly makes a nice change from some of the more action-oriented games I've been doing recently. But one criticism I would have is that consistently, I feel like I am just going from puzzle to puzzle to puzzle without any overarching logic. It's like, it's not clear to me why I'm trying to go into this club or how getting into this club is going to help me with my overall objectives. And as I said earlier in the stream, it's not clear what my overall objectives even are at this point. Am I trying to find out about my father? Am I trying to escape the city? Am I still after revenge after our friends were all killed? It's not clear. But as I say, it's not ruining the experience, it's just, you know... When a game does a lot of things well, of course, it's going to make the things that it doesn't do so well stand out that much more.
Excuse me. Hi. Mind if I join you?
Well, hello yourself. They call me Babs.
Okay.
Pleased to meet you.
See you later.
See you later.
Oh, don't count on it.
What is that accent? Is that just like a really bad fake accent, or is that some regional UK accent that I just don't recognise? I am British, incidentally. Like, I am by no means an expert on accents. I should be clear. That's not a subject that I would know all that much about. But yeah, I don't recognise that.
Excuse me.
Can I have a drink, please?
Can I have a drink, please?
No chance.
Okay.
Why not?
House rules.
What?
Excuse me.
Could you elaborate? What are the band called?
What are the band called?
The Hawk Club Quartet.
Okay.
But there's only 3 of them.
Yeah, the saxophonist OD'd last month.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh goodness me. How do I keep losing this pen? Hold on, I'll keep him talking.
Did the saxophonist OD on drugs?
No. Too much sax. He got overexcited and ruptured his lungs.
What? Okay. Do the rules prohibit me from drinking?
Do the rules prohibit me from drinking?
No, you can drink all you want, but I can't serve you.
You are the barman, right?
You are the bartender, right?
Well, I'm not the cabaret.
How come you can get a drink and I can't?
How come you can get a drink and I can't?
There's my pen.
I told you. It's the house rules. Holston would fire me if I gave you a drink.
I'm going to complain about you.
I'm gonna complain about you.
Please yourself.
Did anyone catch the band name? I've forgotten now. It was the Hot Something Quartet, wasn't it? Sorry, by the time I located where I stashed my pen, their name had left my mind. I demand to see the manager.
I demand to see the manager.
Please yourself.
Are you gonna fetch him?
I can't leave the bar.
My friend, you are right now in Australia, mate. She's putting some shrimp on the barbie, I see. Is the manager here?
Is the manager here?
He's around.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Is that an Australian accent?
Excuse me. See you later.
Oh, don't count on it.
That doesn't sound Australian, surely not.
Hi. Mind if I join you?
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Overman. What do you think of the club?
The decor is really unpleasant. I don't like the music. The barman won't serve me.
The bartender won't serve me.
That's because you're a probationary member. Don't blame Barry. He's only doing his job. The liquor laws have been tightened since last year's Babysham riots.
Hey, get on with the game, Colston.
All right, no need to get excited.
That must be the manager.
I'm Colston, the manager of the club.
Yes.
Pleased to meet you.
So why didn't the barman just straight up tell us that? Like, when we first said, can I have a drink? Why didn't he say, I'm very sorry, sir, but you're a probationary member and local laws mean that we can't serve probationary members drinks? That wouldn't have taken long. It would have cleared up the whole situation. I feel like he was very unhelpful. Oh, it's Gallagher. We met him in the apartments higher up.
Never mind.
In the garden outside the apartment specifically. How do I get out of the city?
How do I get out of this city?
Can you see I'm busy?
I'll take your turn for you.
And lose the game for me?
You're gonna lose anyhow.
Don't be so sure, Gallagher. I've got something up my sleeve.
Oh, do you?
I knew you were cheating.
Well, so are you.
But he's got his sleeves rolled up.
Oh, nothing.
Okay, so far coming to this club has not helped us one bit. Let's have a word with the band.
Hey, guys, play some rock and roll.
How far would they get playing rock and roll on what looks like... Is that an oboe? Am I getting my instruments mixed up? A piano and a drum kit. Nope, oboe is a wind instrument. I have just made a great fool of myself. What is it called? I want to look up the violin family. There we go. Oh, double bass. That's what I was thinking of. I don't know why I said oboe. I'm a moron. Yeah. How far would they get playing rock and roll on a double bass, a drum kit, and a piano? They probably could, actually. I think the double bass, of course, would have to take the part of an electric bass, which would probably sound a bit off, but I suspect would work. The drum kit's just fine, so they'd probably have to rely on the piano to do the, like the main melody, as opposed to, you know, like a guitar, which it more conventionally would be. But the piano's versatile. I think you could make that work. Better suited to jazz. They really need that saxophone.
It doesn't react to my thumbprint.
Has he been bamboozled by just a straightforward metal plate?
There's a thumb-sized indentation in the plate.
Oh, okay. That wasn't such a dumb thing to try then.
There's no sign of a lock or a card slot.
Okay.
They look really happy. Or stoned.
So you know what being stoned is? But again, you've never heard... You look at the Statue of Liberty and you think it's a robot.
The select button isn't lit. Pressing the buttons doesn't achieve anything.
I don't know, maybe I should just get over that. I still just find it remarkable, though. Like, it's not just that he didn't recognise it, sure. Like, if he's in a different part of the world and there isn't great, you know, they especially living out in the gap, if they're not up on their geography or world cultures, right, I get it. But how do you conclude that that's a robot? Like...
Excuse me.
Okay, so let me update the to-do list to add the locked door. What does the locked door lead
Where
to?
does the locked door lead to?
To the wine cellar. Carlson's the only one who can open it. It's programmed to read his fingerprints.
Okay, why would we want to get to a wine cellar? I mean, I assume like Chekhov's gun. Like, that's not going to be in the game. And so, you know, and prominent enough that you can actually ask NPCs about it. Unless we were expected to go there. But why are we expected to go there? I mean, have I completely missed the objectives in this game shifting again? Like, it started with vengeance, but then Reich was killed. Then it was escape. Then it appeared to be finding her father. Have the objectives changed now to just getting colossally drunk and just completely giving up? I don't know. I need to inspect your wine cellar.
I need to inspect your wine cellar.
Forget it, mister. Nobody gets in there but me.
Are we playing cards or what?
All right. This guy distracted me.
Never mind.
I got nothing.
Excuse me.
Where does the locked door lead to?
Where does the locked door lead to?
Oh, that's the wine cellar.
That is not an Australian accent. That is never an Australian accent. Okay, I've never been to Australia, but come on, that did not sound Australian. Right, what are we doing? We need to find a new body for Joey. Ooh, blimey. The Twitch page that I had open crashed. Okay, I've lost the chat history, but other than that, we're fine. I don't suppose new dialogue has opened up with the old NPCs, have they? Tell me about your dandelion game.
Tell me about your dandelion game.
Ah, it's brilliant. You get chased by these giant yellow weeds.
You mean dandelions are yellow?
They are
The
indeed.
gardener told me they were blue.
He's mad. He's not a real gardener.
How do you know the gardener is a fake? Is he... If the gardener's a fake, then what is he doing here? Is he part of security and he's spying, or is he part of some rebel organisation? Is he from Hobart?
How'd you know the gardener is a fake?
He's got green fingers.
That's the sign of a naturally talented gardener.
I saw him dipping them in the paint. Anyway, the plants are made of plastic.
You're a real help, Vincent.
No problem, Rob.
Thank you, Vincent.
Don't wear out your thumbs.
What a jolly good boy. Or a jolly good young man, I should say.
Excuse me.
You told me dandelions were blue.
You told me dandelions were blue.
Did I? Well, what of it?
This boy assures me they're yellow.
Ugh, smart-assed little brat. All right, you got me sussed.
He sounds
I haven't
Australian.
had any formal training, but I've always dreamed of being a gardener.
Or
I
closer
love
to it.
every little shrub and succulent. Those dainty blossoms waving their little stamens in the breeze.
All right, I get the point.
Okay.
You won't report me, will you?
Why should I do that?
That's a very good question.
Excuse me. See you later.
Alright, let's take a step back and reassess. What are our objectives right now? In fact, let me pull up the to-do list. I should have added find Joey a new body. So what have we got? find a path past the crash site. I think we said that we probably don't need to do that. Join the security department. I'd say that's off the table. Acquire rad suit. That's probably also off the table. So finish exploring Link Space. We could go back to Link Space, and I have no doubt we will be doing more in Link Space. But I don't think anything has happened recently that would help us make any progress there. Although it does make me think maybe I should go back to Anita and ask her about Link Space now that we've actually been there. That might have opened up some new dialogue options. Oh dear, I peeked. Apologies. Get sponsored to join St. James's Club. Well, we've done that. Get to Wine Cellar. We're only managing that if we manage to convince the manager to do as we say. The lady walked out with her dog. Yeah, I was thinking that. It's interesting that she's left. But it may be what I was just thinking. Maybe it's worth having a word with her about the manager. She might be able to help us get to the wine cellar, potentially. Or find Joey a new body. Just to be clear, I take it this doesn't work now.
There's no reply.
Right, so, okay. Presumably the dog biscuits were all we were after. Why we want dog biscuits, I don't know. Where did she go? She must be wandering somewhere. I know going into the court's a possibility. Going into the cathedral's also a possibility. Oh, and there's these bricks and these planks here. We never really got to the bottom of what was going on there, did we? There she is.
Excuse me.
How's Spunky?
How's Spunky?
He's in disgrace.
Oh?
The greedy little thing ate all his biscuits. And still keeps asking for more. I don't want him getting fat and losing his figure.
Naturally.
Oh, poor dog. Feel
Excuse
sorry
me.
for him now.
See you later.
Okay. That didn't help us get into the wine cellar. Let's go up and speak to Anita. In fact, I'll probably have a quick save there. Then let's go up and speak to Anita. See if she has any ideas about Link Space. I'll tell you, one of the things that I miss from the more recent graphical adventure games I've played, like Primordia and Strangeland, is the ability, at least I'm pretty sure these games did what I'm about to describe, I may be misremembering, is the ability to like skip the animations of walking from one area to another. Like you could usually double click on the edge of the screen and it would just automatically take you there instead of playing the animation, which meant that you could actually navigate between screens really quite quickly. You know, it was such a lovely quality of life improvement. The double click system started more towards 2000, 7 years later. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was like a trend that took off. Wait, what's this screen about?
It's firmly anchored to the ground. I suppose it's a protective screen.
It looks like we could actually try and walk in there. I don't know why we would want to. Pretty sure that would just mean death. I've got a Shriebman port.
I've got the Shriebman port.
Brilliant. How did you manage that?
I had a trade with the doctor.
I hope he didn't rip you off.
No comment. See you later.
I'm gonna save again just because I'm concerned that we are about to get irradiated.
Check.
It's a weird, antiquated machine. Can't imagine how it works.
No, I don't recognise what it is at face value. Or at face value? At first blush. Am I saying that right? Wow, I'm sure you know what I mean. Oh, we can get in here! Huge metal door. Wonderful.
It's the entrance to the reactor.
It's holding steady.
I didn't think reactors work like that, did they? Or do they? I don't think you can just walk into a reactor. Don't they use motors and things can be raised up above and replaced and stuff like that? I didn't think there would literally be like a doorway into a reactor that's kept shut. And again, I don't know my nuclear reactors. Maybe that is how it works.
I've got a discrepancy of 0.13.
Display reactor status. Open reactor door. Initiate shutdown procedure. May I suggest that that door remains shut until the reactor is shut down? Deuterium, 15.85%. Tritium, 7.03%. Temperature, excuse me, 2 million degrees Kelvin. Wait, 2 million degrees Kelvin out of 1000 degrees Kelvin. What? I don't get that. And it's not a division because the units would cancel out. You just end up with the number 2000. Plasma state, 96% ionized. What? Nuclear reactors don't use plasma? They literally just heat water that turns turbines. Magnetic field, 600 kilograms. Bremsstrahlung level, 5%. Danger, exposure to zeta radiation. There is no zeta radiation. I'm sure there's not. There's like alpha, beta and gamma, surely. I'm looking this up just in case. Yep. No zeta radiation. I have no idea what this reactor's doing. Now, I'm confident you're right, and this is very much fiction convenience. Initiate shutdown sequence, why not? What is the worst that could happen? Retina scan failed, access denied. That's fair enough. I mean, this probably isn't going to go well. Yeah, you wouldn't die that quickly. Then again, if 2 million degree Kelvin plasma started leaking out, well, it wouldn't do you a lot of good. I guess I should go back in there just to read the stuff I've just read in case it opens up dialogue options. You would from zeta radiation,
There's
good
a small
point.
monitor screen.
Yeah, it's a pretty awful death if you get too irradiated. Would not recommend. Wonder why you're allowed to open the door without a retina scan authorization. Yeah, I was wondering that. That's a very good question.
Excuse me.
Can we talk to this man? And is there any point, or is he going to be completely muffled? What's your job?
What's your job?
Oh, none. Great. I can't hear what you're
I
saying.
can't hear what you're saying. It's a
Gog,
waste of time talking to you.
Gog, Fug.
You're
Ooh.
wasting your breath. Excuse me.
That's the power of ultimate link status.
Forget it.
I was going to ask if I could have the suit.
I've got a discrepancy.
Can you understand the guy in the suit?
Can you understand the guy in the suit?
Not in the least. I don't think he can hear me either.
Okay. I mean, that raises questions more than anything else, but moving swiftly on. We've got to hear his pickup line. I can't help but think that that's not going to go well. That's likely to make her very uncomfortable. So, no luck so far. She probably just said something like, nah, I'm never free. I'm a T-Link. I don't actually remember.
Never mind. Far too heavy to...
I've just had a really mean idea. Yeah, I had a feeling. Poor thing.
Never mind.
What am I missing here? Clearly I'm supposed to be able to do something here.
Never mind.
What am I missing?
That dog is in my way. And I bet his bite is worse than his bark. A pallet of bricks suspended from a pulley.
Oh, can I interact with the rope and the pulley?
It's attached to some bricks via a pulley.
Oh no. Okay, that didn't go as badly as I thought it would.
Noise?
Dogs can
Where
swim.
has Spunky gone?
I don't know why
Officer
we're
Black.
pulling the dog.
Come and help me, quickly.
Oh, that's convenient. Progress is being made. And we've got another name.
Just for a second, you scared me. But you're only dummies.
That's not very nice. Bit weird though. Officer Blunt. Guards. Cathedral. I think there's a pulley. I gotta run. Have a great stream. That's okay, Pikachu. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
They must have switches to activate them somewhere.
Why?
Damned if I'm gonna look for them, though.
You said they were dummies. Why would a dummy have a switch? Or are you thinking these are androids?
Wouldn't you know it? It's locked. The wheels are locked in place.
What is this place?
It's a kind of bed with wheels.
Like, I know we're in a cathedral,
There could
but
be something useful in there.
what is the function of this room?
There aren't any markings on it, or locks.
Okay. I wasn't expecting that.
You don't look so healthy. You should get out in the sunshine. His skin is cold, like plastic. There aren't any markings on it.
What is going on here?
This place is spooky. His skin is cold. There aren't any markings. Oh no, not her. Not Anita.
I mean, we just spoke to her.
She appears to have been exposed to radiation. Her skin is burnt and blistered. He doesn't have any eyelashes. His skin is cold. There aren't any markings.
What?
Yo, that's horrible. I don't think a severed head would be...
I don't know what we've stumbled across here, but I don't like it. I guess we add to the to-do list, get into cabinet in cathedral. Get into... I suppose I mean open, don't I? That's the verb I'm looking for. Open cabinet in cathedral. Right, what's through here? This game is quite a whiplash of tone change. Everything so far has been quite goofy.
Better keep away from the edge.
It's starting
Or I'll
here.
get sucked off.
And starting here, it gets more dark. What's the function of this room? Like, they said a ventilation shaft, but from my perspective... What do I want with this room? Odd. Well, I say we go back and speak to Anita about her doppelganger. The guard's gone, which is jolly good news. That'll make it easy to get back in there when we need to. I am hoping Anita will still be there. There's a distinct possibility she won't be. Oh no. Huh. Didn't know that's what he was wearing. Poor Anita.
Doesn't mean a thing to me.
She deserved better. I don't know why we're going in here, incidentally. Then again, I suppose if you wanted to keep something secret, there would be, There'd be no better place to put it than inside a nuclear reactor. Now, is that suit going to protect you against 2 million Kelvin plasma? Apparently.
The power in those things gives me the willies.
Okay, what's the point of being able to come in here? Do we just grab on?
If it wasn't for the heat shield, I'd be frazzled.
Okay. Is that something on the floor? Link card. Whose link card? The plastic card bears a holographic image of Anita. Oh dear. Why was she in here without a radiation suit?
There's a small monitor screen and some...
I didn't notice. Did they animate that twice, or did they just play the animation in reverse? Right, I guess we head to a terminal and see what we can learn from Anita's card. Poor Anita. Personal. Anita, D-Link Hostel, 38F, balance of account 0, link status 0. Gazetteer. I think this is the same as we saw before. Union News. Okay, what's the use in having her card then? It's a lot less capable than the card we already have. That's a really good question. She has no freedom of movement within the city. Or had none. Due to her low link status. So it's not even like you'd expect there to be a location that only she had access to. You know, like an apartment or something, so far as we're aware. Back into the creepy cathedral.
She appears to have been exposed to radiation.
Hmm.
The wheels are locked in. It's a kind of bed. There could be something useful. Wouldn't you know it? It's locked.
Can I disassemble it? No. Have I missed anything in here? I'm getting a bit stuck again. Running out of leads. Let's check out that ventilation room again. Is it definitely the case that there's nothing here? What happens if I use Anita's card on a link terminal which you really should not have access to? Because it's on completely the wrong level. Nothing that I can tell. I know I could go back to link space, but I don't see how her card would help
It's too
there.
firmly rooted to pull up. The leaves are shiny and waxy. The door has an old-fashioned lock on it. Won't open. That's probably because it's locked. Court closed. See link for news of forthcoming attractions. The notice is glued to the door.
Glued? Who glues a note to a door?
Shut tight. Doors are unremarkable, but this one has a certain je ne sais pas.
Do you mean je ne sais quoi?
Excuse me.
What would you do if you found a body?
What would you do if you found a body?
Go through its pockets.
No, seriously. A girl I know has been murdered.
It's a sign of the times.
Oh, that's
There's
great
nothing
help.
as cheap as human life. With the exception of this club. How do you know it was murder?
I only met her a few hours ago, and she was fine then.
My advice is to keep quiet. You can't help her now, so look after yourself. Or you might wake up dead one morning.
Never mind.
Yep, certainly took a dark turn. You weren't wrong there.
Oh, nothing.
Just checking to see if there's any new dialogue.
See you later.
Oh, don't count on it.
Excuse me. Never mind.
Alright, let's go back over the to-do list. What have we got? Finish exploring link space. I don't think I've gained access to anything that's going to help me in link space, but I could check. We know that programs are loaded onto link cards, right? And we know that Anita used to do hacking. Maybe she had some useful hacking software on her link card that we'll now have access to, like to delete sentries. Get to the wine cellar. I don't know how I could get the manager, Mr. Colston, to help us. Find Joey a new body. I'd love to, but where? Open cabinet in cathedral. I don't have the key. The game was hinting, pretty hard that I would want to get into that cabinet though. I've no idea where we would find the key. Alright, so my best idea right now is go back to link space, see if Anita's card opens anything up. Trying to remember the direction. It's this way, isn't it? Presumably we can't use the grappling hook again because we don't have the anchor anymore, so I assume we just go in through the front door and it'll work. Probably won't work if I use Anita's card, mind you. Fingers crossed. Yep, for some reason it lets us through. I don't know what's changed. Alright, wish me luck. Ah, do I scan Anita's card here?
It's the link interface, and I don't like the look.
So I could use multiple cards at the same station. Right, what did that do? It has changed. I have Sharon, I have Decrypt, I have Playback, and I have Blind. Okay. Playback, 28k. Designer Y Okuda, Union Labs. Okay, let's add that to our notes. To view holographic diary image files compatible with whole standard formats. Okay, so presumably we're going to find some whole files here, I would assume. So it's called Playback, and it's 28k. These are small programs, by modern standards. Blindfold. Inlick. Pignosis. $23k. Inal sick, sorry. Or inal kick, possibly. Something like that. Counter-intrusion countermeasure. The author does not accept liability for brain damage. I'm sorry? Alright, I could, just to verify, this does nothing on its own. Yeah, that does nothing on its own. No point blinding that eye right now. Although maybe there is. How long does the blind last? Not clear. I wonder if I'm going to have to go back and forth between the two different link cards or not. Crusader. I can't help but think speaking to them may not work well. Okay, I'm going to need to find another way to get past the Crusader, I guess. That's fine. Well... Data storage. 60k. Design Professor Piermont, Union Labs. That must be... Helmet. Personal data space for the use of Link engineers. Use playback to access holographic files. Okay.
If that's you, Rob, listen carefully. You're the only one who can help. I was supposed to make contact with an agent from Hobart. Trouble is, the rendezvous was in a park on ground level. And now I'm a-dealing, I can't get there. The agent's name is Eduardo. I don't know how he'll get to Link. But beneath the city there are tunnels. The remains of the old subway. That could be a way in.
Well, that's very interesting. How did she sneak that onto their systems? Did she manage to get into security somehow? And why did she leave that message for us? Like... I mean, it sort of implies she knew she was going to die, although she said nothing about it at the time. Otherwise, why bother? Right, are there other messages, or is it always the same?
If that's you, Rob, listen carefully.
It's the same.
You're the only one who can help.
So she must have left
I was
this...
supposed to make contact with an agent from Hobart.
Well,
Trouble
after
is, the
meeting
rendezvous
us a
was in
few
park
hours
on
ago.
ground level. And now I'm
But obviously before she died.
The agent's name is Eduardo. I don't know how he'll get to Link. But beneath the city there are tunnels. The remains of the old subway. That could be a way in.
That's why we need to get into the wine cellar. I bet it connects to the old subway. I guess the tuning fork helps us get past the sentry somehow, the Crusader. Do I have to go back? Perhaps there's a time limit on the blindness, but if there is, does that mean I'm about to get zapped when I go back through here? Well, they don't zap you, do they? They just take you... They just disconnect you. Alright, let's try this again. Not quite sure why I can access it from one side but not the other. But still. As in get to the eye. From one side but not the other when it appears to be in the middle. Good. That seems to have worked. Oscillator V2.1 55k. Designed Professor Piermont, Union Labs. Range of modulation increased. Reference notes version 1.7 due to class 4 variance in link defense. Okay, I'll make a note about that. Oscillator V2.1 55k. Don't mind me. So why was that so well guarded? As if Professor Piermont made it, but then they decided not to destroy it, but they didn't want just anyone to have access to it. Or something. That didn't work. Give me the description again. Not clear what that's used for. What did Sharon do again? Do we need that to get past the Crusader? No. I would almost say... that we're supposed to leave and come back again, but for the fact that we have this oscillator. Like... What on earth are we supposed to use that for? I really like how programs are your verbs here and files sort of the item. Interesting. This space is often very difficult for new players to understand. I actually really like how they did it. I want to find out whether that oscillator's appeared on this card. No. So I must need to use it in link space then. I suppose there's a slim chance there's other link spaces or similar computer systems elsewhere in the world. I doubt it though. Let me read that about that oscillator once more. Range of modulation increased due to class 4 variance in link defense. I don't see any use for the oscillator yet. No, that one's really stumped me. Yeah, we're not going to be able to traverse that without the stuff that Reich's card had. Although I do appreciate the fact that it stops the player from needless backtracking. It closes off a path which you clearly don't use. My best guess is that you need the oscillator in some other link space, perhaps connected to the subway or something. And we do this now so that we have access to the oscillator later. Though that doesn't explain how you get past that that Crusader. And despite the fact that I want to get to the wine cellar to get to the subway system, which I assume connects up with it. Oh, I wonder if that locked door that looks almost like it could be to a garage or a shed, I wonder if that's also connected to the subway system. I wonder if it's a shortcut you can unlock. Incidentally, I quite like how they've done the link space as well. I'm just not quite sure what I'm supposed to be doing there now, if anything. It feels like I've hit a dead end. But yeah, the interface seems lovely. Right, can I make any progress here? Is there a subway around here?
Is there a subway around here?
What?
I'm looking for the subway.
What are you, a train spotter? Hear that, Gallagher? This guy's a train spotter.
There's no law against that.
Only because there aren't any trains.
Look, guys, I'm not a train spotter.
So you know what a train
Who
spotter
asked
is?
you?
Who asked you? Did you get any infos from Anita's card in link space? I don't think so, no. I can go back. Perhaps there's something I missed. She didn't have the security operations section though associated with her card. Oops, nearly used the wrong card. And that's what we used to use to view documents. I wonder if there is more to do in Link Space, I wonder if we end up managing to dig up some dirt on Colston and use that to blackmail him into helping us get to the subway via the wine cellar or something. Not that that's a particularly savoury thought, I'm just trying to think what could lead to progress here. Right, let's try this again. Is there any possibility there was info there that I just completely missed somehow? Definitely not there, not in the equivalent of the inventory. Unless by info you mean the hologram that we watched. I saw the hologram. I didn't get any documents, to be clear. I know we're trying to find a subway system. That's a weird well. I know about playing the message. Yeah, the hologram. Yeah, we've done all that.
You, Rob, listen carefully. You're the only one who can help.
So I know about the subway
I was supposed to
system.
make contact with an agent
And
from
Eduardo.
Hobart. Trouble is, the rendezvous was in a park on ground level.
Oh, it'll be the
And
gardener.
now I'm a dealing, I can't get there.
Of course.
The agent's name is Eduardo. I don't know how you'll get to Link, but beneath the city there are tunnels. The remains of the old subway.
Oh, maybe we don't use the wine cellar. Maybe we just speak to Eduardo and then he opens up the lock on the area that looks like it could be a garage or a shed. And then that just takes us there. Why did I walk here when I could just disconnect it at any time? Alright, yes. Us looking for the subway station, our contact from Hobart is the info we get.
I have to use my...
But no, you're right, I was being a bit stupid. I should have made the connection to the gardener much sooner. It was a bit obvious. Still haven't found another body for Joey. Right, let's have a word with that gardener that's not a gardener. Right in front of the little boy. The young man.
Excuse me.
Do you know a girl called Anita?
Do you know a girl called Anita? Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Why do you want to know? She's been murdered. I found her body in the cathedral. Can't see why you're telling me. Excuse me.
What's your name?
What's your name?
Shouldn't we just say, are you Eduardo?
Eduardo. Why? You're Anita's contact, right? How come you know so much? She left a message on her card. Listen, do you know what's happened to Link?
I thought it was on the database
I'm totally
in Link.
confused. Link is a living, self-replicating organism.
Okay.
Originally, it served as an advisor to the council, but it has gradually taken control. How and why? We're really not sure. Hobart scientists have developed a virus. It will check Link's growth, if we can get it into the system. Will you give me the virus? I can't. It's been downloaded to Link space. Anita was supposed to retrieve it, since she had a Shriebman port. So have I. I owe it to Anita to get that virus. No chance. It's bound to be guarded. I can try at least. Excuse me.
Why does it just keep ending the dialogue?
See you later.
Right, so Link is a living, self-replicating organism that's taken control. That raises questions, though. What about that council member that was trying to combine their mind with Link or something like that?
There's no reply.
I was wondering if Mrs. Piermont could help us get into the subway. So the problem with that dialogue is that it's given us some good information, but like it hasn't led to anything. Like, how do we progress from here? How has that helped us achieve something that we couldn't achieve before? I should probably make a note though. Virus to halt Link is guarded in Link space. Also, what's guarding it? Like, if they downloaded the virus to Link space, but apparently not into Link Central, who placed what where to guard it? And why? Like, surely if Link or one of its agents became aware of the virus, it would have just deleted it. Why would Link want the virus to still be on its system but guarded? And if it was one of the Hobart agents, why did they set it up to be guarded instead of just injecting it directly into whatever Link Central is? Alright, yes. Oh, we've seen that. A little more good information would be nice, yeah. But we have a proper reason to find the subway now. Oh, I see what you mean, because that may have opened up dialogue options.
I need a key to open. It's an old-fashioned cylinder lock.
Okay. That's changed. That wasn't open before. Just blindly walking into what could well be a
Silence
trap.
in court. Security Services, Department of Justice,
Incorporated.
Judge Chutney presiding.
Judge Chutney.
Court is now in session.
Silence!
Did you hear the gavel?
Recognize that villain.
We're in America then.
An habitual criminal if ever I saw one.
That's Mr. Greaves, my lord. The counsel for the prosecution.
Mr. Greaves.
Silence when you speak to me. Now, who is the first contestant?
Defendant, my lord.
Contestant.
The case of Union Security Services.
Silence when you talk to me.
Versus Howard Hobbins.
Hobbins.
Howard Hobbins. Come on up. Nice to see you, Howard. You're not nervous, are you? Not really.
Oh, it
The
seems like
defendant
he's friends.
is accused of gross contempt and assault of a security officer.
Intolerable. What have you got to say for yourself, eh?
I've been framed, Your Honour. May I elucidate, my lord?
Go on then, but hurry up about it.
Officer Blunt was investigating a complaint made against Hobbins. After questioning the defendant, he was the victim of an assault.
That's the guard at the cathedral.
Monstrous, off with his head. Just a flipping minute. Who's defending me? Defence? Is he entitled to any?
I'm afraid so, my lord.
On my soul, whatever next? Who'd be silly enough to defend this wretch?
Oh my goodness. He will. My mate, the inspector.
Very well. Let's get on with round one.
Round one. This is
Fingers on the
brilliant.
buzzers, everyone.
I wish to call Officer Blunt.
Call Officer Blunt.
Please tell the court what happened.
Oh, I was assaulted.
And is the culprit present in the court?
Ah, that's him in the overalls.
I rest my case, my lord.
Good. Where's my black cap?
We haven't heard the defence, my lord.
Is it really necessary?
At least they got the order right.
Oh,
Prosecution, then
go
defence.
on. Just don't take all day.
I have seen some works of fiction get that wrong. I don't wish to question the officer. Now then, Officer Blunt.
Now then, Officer Blunt.
I'm going to try and get Hobbins off. What was the nature of your injuries, or who lodged the complaint against Hobbins? What was the nature of your injuries?
What was the nature of your injuries?
I got very wet.
But you didn't suffer any physical harm.
I could have caught a nasty cold.
Tell the court how you got wet.
Tell the court how you got wet.
While patrolling on Bellevue, I was saturated by a sudden shower.
Did you ascertain its source?
Oh, yeah. I heard laughter from the walkway above.
So you saw the accused pour the liquid.
So, you saw the accused pour the liquid?
I couldn't see anything. My eyes were full of water. But I'd recognize his laugh anywhere.
Just how well do you know Hobbins, or who lodged the complaint against Hobbins? Just how well do you know Hobbins?
Just how well do you know Hobbins?
I've never met him before.
And yet you say you recognized his laughter.
I don't know.
Yes, we're getting somewhere. The game has been toying with the idea of absurdist stuff going on in the background. This is where it launches into proper Kafka-esque, and I'm here for it. This entire scene is optional, funny enough. It is pretty good. I'm wondering if we want to carry on with this. Who lodged the complaint against Hobbins?
Who lodged the complaint against Hobbins?
Objection, my lord. Defense is contriving to lead the witness.
It was a simple question. I wish to establish the seriousness of the complaint made against my client.
I shall permit the witness to answer. However, I'm awarding Mr. Greaves 5 points for a well-timed interruption.
So who did lodge the complaint?
It was Daniel Piermont.
What was Mrs. Piermont's grievance?
What was Mrs. Piermont's grievance?
Cruelty to her pet dog. I interviewed Hobbins on 4 occasions, but he still hasn't confessed.
4 interrogations suggest harassment.
4 interrogations suggest harassment.
Objection, my lord. Officer Blunt is not the subject of this trial.
Quite correct. Objection sustained. 10 points to the prosecution.
No further questions, Your Honour.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I wish to call Mrs. Piermont.
I wish to call Mrs. Piermont.
Call Mrs. Piermont.
Hello, darling.
20 points to Gryffindor.
Hello, Robbie. Hello, everyone.
Silence in court.
What is your complaint against Hobbins? Oh, had you met Hobbins before this incident?
Had you met Hobbins before this incident?
I don't recall ever seeing him. But one takes little notice of mere maintenance men.
What was your complaint against Hobbins?
What was your complaint against Hobbins?
He was abused, my little poochy poos.
Disgraceful. I haven't had a dog abuse case since the infamous Spaniel Mangle scandals.
Blimey. Did you witness the alleged attack?
Did you witness the alleged attack?
Not exactly.
Then how did you know about it? Did the dog tell you?
Officer Blunt reported the incident to me.
How would you describe your pet dog?
How would you describe your pet dog?
Objection, Your Honor. This is a trial, not a dog show.
Objection overruled, Mr. Greaves. I want to get to the bottom of this doggy business.
He's an absolute darling. Everyone adores him.
No further questions, Your Honour.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I'd like to question the defendant.
I'd like to question the defendant.
Did you assault Officer Blunt? Here's your starter for 10. I don't understand that reference. If it is a reference.
Did you assault Officer Blunt?
Objection, my lord.
Why, man, what's wrong?
Repetition, my lord?
Objection overruled.
Are you guilty of assault, Howard?
Not me. I was fixing one of the cooling pipes, and it burst.
So Blunt's soaking was an accident?
Not exactly.
Why did the pipe burst?
Why did the pipe burst?
Some joker had cut a power cable and overloaded the steam release in the power station.
Oh,
That's
blimey.
what damaged the
Who could
cooling
have done
pipe.
that?
Oh, I see.
Did you laugh at Blunt's predicament?
Did you laugh at Blunt's predicament?
Laugh? I'd nearly wet me pants.
No further questions, Your Honour.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Greaves, you may start the bonus
The
round.
bonus round.
The facts speak for themselves, my lord. Hobbins is a cruel and callous man with no respect for law and order. I recommend the maximum possible sentence.
Any comments from the defense?
Any comments
I
from
don't
the defense?
believe this is happening. This is total madness. You've all been warped in some way. And I think Link is the cause.
Silence! I've heard quite enough of this nonsense. So it's time for me to make my judgment.
Oh, you're jury
Howard
as well, are
Hobbins,
you?
You've won tonight's star prize.
What?
Life imprisonment. However, in view of your service to the city, I'm going to reduce your sentence. 2 hours community service.
Wow.
Court dismissed.
That's quite the reduction. Oh, that was completely optional. It did absolutely nothing for us. Okay. It was a good scene, though. I did enjoy that a lot. So I'm just adding Howard to my notes on Mr. Hobbins. Noted. Right, are there any new dialogue options here? Such as with Colston. The band's gone. Is there a... yeah, where can I find the smallest room
Is there
in
a
this
John
place?
in this place?
Why do you want to know that?
Well, I might need to use it. Surely the club's got to have one by law.
Have you seen the John Gallagher?
I don't need one. I don't drink like you do.
No, I've noticed that.
Oh, nothing.
One odd
Excuse
dialogue
me.
option for it to lead nowhere. Is there a subway around here?
Is there a subway around here?
Oh, there used to be. The club was named after the station.
Where is the subway station?
Where is the subway
Oh,
station?
that's why it's St. James.
You're
I see.
standing in it. See the area in front of the stage. The track ran right through there.
Interesting.
Excuse me. See you later.
So it sounds
don't
like the
count on it.
wine cellar would be a good bet then.
Excuse me. Never mind.
Oh, the waitress was jolly helpful, wasn't she?
Oh, nothing.
Never mind.
Still completely unclear how we get in there, though. Yeah, I can see myself potentially
There's
getting
a
stuck here for a
thumb-sized
while.
Indentation in. It doesn't react to my thumbprint.
To my thumbprint? Yeah, it reacts to Colston's. But how am I going to get Colston's thumb on that detector? Or a copy of his thumb, perhaps? I really don't know. I strongly suspect that's how one would get to the subway. What do I have? I have a cable, an Eater's Link card, a light bulb, some dark glasses, an ID card, a circuit board, a wrench, and a metal bar. Hold on, I've just had an idea. Remember that lock that we were looking for a key for? Do you know what might work almost as well as a key? A sturdy metal bar to whack it with. I realise my methods may seem a little crude.
It would be quicker to break the door down.
Well, then do that.
Won't open. That's probably because it's locked.
I'm running out of ideas. Know where I'd find the old subway?
Know where I'd find the old subway?
Nah, I've never heard of it.
I thought all boys were into railways.
Get real? What planet are you on?
Sometimes I wonder. Don't wear out your thumbs. Excuse me. See you later.
Let's look at the to-do list again. Wherever it is. Get to wine cellar. Right, I should probably add stroke subway, since we now know what that is. Finish exploring link space. Obviously we haven't done that. It's possible, having spoken to the Hobart agent, that's opened up something in link space, but I'd be surprised because it's not like he did anything with our card. Now I'm a bit stuck. Well, that's probably about time to stop anyway. So, first things first. This year, as in previous years, I am supporting the Jingle Jam. The Jingle Jam is a charity event, which is strongly associated with the Yogscast. They put on various stream events over the first 2 weeks of December. They're available for free. You can watch them as you please at twitch.tv/Yogscast. And optionally, though you're encouraged to, you may wish to donate to one of the charities that they are supporting this year. I'm sure if you were to head over there, there would be plenty of links available for donating. This year's charities are Autistica. Autistica is the UK's leading autism research and campaigning charity. Our vision is a world where every autistic person lives a happy, healthy, long life. There's Calm, the campaign against living miserably. 1 in 5 of us will have suicidal thoughts in our life. Calm's vision is that no one feels like suicide is their only option. Cool Earth. Cool Earth partners with indigenous peoples and local communities who live in the rainforest and who have historically been the best at shaping and stewarding these ecosystems. The Grand Appeal. Wallace and Gromit's Grand Appeal is the dedicated charity for Bristol's Children's Hospital. Sarcoma UK. Sarcoma UK is a national charity that funds vital research, offers support for anyone affected by sarcoma cancer, and campaigns for better treatments. The Trevor Project. The Trevor Project is a leading organisation working to end suicide among LGBTQ+ young people in the US and beyond. War Child. A war child, we are driven by a single goal, ensuring a safe future for every child affected by war. We work in the hardest to reach places to support those who are hardest hit, to protect, educate and stand up for the rights of children when they need us most. And Whale and Dolphin Conservation. Whale and Dolphin Conservation is the leading global charity dedicated to the protection of whales and dolphins. You don't have to donate, but as I say, you're encouraged to do so. Their schedule, let's see, Saturday, December the 14th, right now, it's the Late Late Crew, hosted by Bree. So if you were to head over to twitch.tv/Yogscast now, that's what you'd find them doing. So yeah, I'd encourage you to check that out and possibly donate. As for me in this stream, next stream, I'm not 100% sure. Usually, it would be Monday. There's a slim possibility I won't be able to do Monday's stream. I haven't been able to confirm that yet, whether Monday's stream is going ahead. But what I do know is that the next game I will be playing will be Dark Souls, and then after that I will be continuing with Beneath a Steel Sky. Like, I've been alternating between those two games, and I intend to keep going, obviously. I'm very much looking forward to finishing Beneath a Steel Sky. I don't know how much is left. That sounded a bit odd, didn't it? I'm very much enjoying Beneath a Steel Sky, and I intend to see it all the way through. That's a better way of putting it. So, it'll either be Monday, Dark Souls, Friday, Beneath a Steel Sky, Saturday, Dark Souls, or, if I can't do Monday's stream, then it'll be Friday, Dark Souls, Saturday, Beneath a Steel Sky. Those are the two possibilities. We'll see if Monday's stream goes ahead. If for any reason my streaming schedule should change, then I'll announce it on social media, which currently means X, formerly known as Twitter, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and Meta Threads. And I would also announce it on our Discord server. So I think that's everything. Everything covered. Thank you for joining me, everyone. I really appreciate I really appreciate all of you. I appreciate everyone that helped, that kept me company in chat. In particular, Keffel and Pikachu kept me a lot of company today. But I also appreciate all you lurkers, everyone that comes along and supports me, but perhaps isn't so visible. Every single one of you, I really do appreciate your support. And yeah, I think that's everything. So, thank you for joining me, everyone. Consider checking out twitch.tv/Yogscast for the end of the Jingle Jam. I think tonight's the last night. And yeah, have a wonderful night, everybody. Good night.